Chapter 989 No Retreating. Chapter 989 No Retreating. Su Zimo sprinted and arrived at 100 Refinement Sect before long. Uncle Master, you're finally back. Before long, he caught sight of Tao Lord Scarlet Star running over. The latter seemed relieved at the sight of him. Grandmaster Extreme Fire just broke through to the conjoint body realm and was looking for you. Tao Lord Scarlet Star brought Su Zimo to 100 Refinement Sect's main hall. The hall was bright and spacious, and some of the 100 Refinement Sect experts who were guarding Tao Lord Extreme Fire's breakthrough had just dispersed. Right now, there were not many people left in the hall. Apart from Tao Lord Extreme Fire and a few other 100 Refinement Sect cultivators, there was also 1000 Crane Sect's Shangguanzi, Ancient Array Sect's Elder Gu and Elixir Yang Sect's Elder Ge. Su Zimo entered the hall and was shocked when he saw Tao Lord Extreme Fire. Tao Lord Extreme Fire looked the same. However, he stood there like a gigantic furnace that was burning furiously, fusing with the entire world and giving off an unshakable aura. Even the strongest Dharma characteristic could only control 90% of the heaven and earth powers. As for Tao Lord Extreme Fire, who had broken through to the conjoint body realm, he was like heaven and earth standing there. Zimo, come sit here. When Tao Lord Extreme Fire caught sight of Su Zimo, he beckoned with a warm gaze. Su Zimo went forward and sat among the Dharma characteristic Tao Lords and conjoint body mighty figures with a calm expression. Tao Lord Extreme Fire asked, "Do you know about the news of Di Yin accepting your challenge at the Tao Inheritance Ground?" "I do." Su Zimo nodded. "What are your plans?" Tao Lord Extreme Fire asked. "Accept the challenge." Su Zimo did not hide his thoughts and merely said 3 words in a resolute manner. Tao Lord Extreme Fire's expression did not change. In the entire cultivation world, he was probably the only one who knew Su Zimo the best. He was not surprised by that answer. "Child, how much do you know about the Tao Inheritance Ground?" Shangguanzi, who was at the side, was fond of Su Zimo as well due to who he was related to and asked with gentle voice. "I know a little." Su Zimo said, "It's an inheritance ground of the human race and I can't make use of demonic methods inside. Without your demonic methods, how confident are you of winning against Di Yin, who is a major cultivation realm apart?" Elder Gu asked. Su Zimo replied honestly, "I'm not confident at all." "Even so, you still want to go?" Elder Ge frowned. "I have to go." Su Zimo's tone was resolute. "Don't be in a hurry to make a decision. I just received some news, listen to it." Tao Lord Extreme Fire said slowly, "Apart from Di Yin, Tao being Heavenly Dipper, Tao being Zephyr Thunder and Monk Formless will all be entering the Tao Inheritance Ground as well." Su Zimo's eyes flashed coldly. He could tell from the names of the 3 cultivators that they were the 3 great titular disciples of Heavenly Dipper Sect, Zephyr Thunder Palace and Formless Monastery. The purpose of the 3 titular disciples rushing to the Tao Inheritance Ground was self-evident. Perfected Lord Panglan of Heavenly Dipper Sect died in Su Zimo's hands at the 1000 Crane Tea Party. Zephyr Thunder Palace had always wanted to snatch the Purple Thunder Manual from Su Zimo. As for Formless Monastery, their target should be the legacies such as the Creation Green Lotus and the Daming True Sutra. Di Yin was already not confident of winning against Di Yin alone. Moreover, there were now 3 more titular disciples. Tao Lord Extreme Fire said, "Every sect only has a single titular disciple and there's no need to elaborate on the strength of this disciple. Even if the 3 of them are weaker than Di Yin, they won't be much weaker." Elder Gu nodded as well. "That's right. Titular disciples are the face of the various major sects. Almost all of them have to spend thousands or even tens of thousands of years of resources to nurture one." Su Zimo went on a killing spree at the 1000 Crane Tea Party. Even against the encirclement of 8 void reversions, he was able to suppress all 8 of them. What he relied on was his burst power of his dragonification after fusing with his scarlet-haired yin spirit. If he could not use his scarlet-haired yin spirit, activate his bloodline or transform into a dragon, given his current combat strength, it would be difficult to predict the outcome against any of the titular disciples. Noticing Su Zimo's silence, Elder Ge said, "You might not know these 3 titular disciples since you've just arrived in the Middle Continent. All three of them were once the top of the phenomenon ranking and have never tasted defeat among the same cultivation realm. The three of them have been famous for a long time and are the strongest monster incarnates of the current era with outstanding track records in battle. More than 100 years ago, Dao being Heavenly Dipper fought against the Azura of the current era and there was no clear victor. Su Zimo was shocked. He had witnessed Yang Beichen's combat strength personally. The fact that Dao being Heavenly Dipper could fight Yang Beichen with no clear victor produced was proof of his frightening combat strength. Hesitation surfaced within Su Zimo's heart. He suddenly experienced tremendous pressure that was even suffocating. The enemies he was about to face were way too strong. If he were to enter the Dao inheritance ground this time round, he would have to face the greatest danger in his path of cultivation so far. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Su Zimo's sudden appearance had finally triggered the greatest reaction of the super sects. They were willing to send forth their titular disciples just to kill him. Dao Lord Extreme Fire said, apart from the three of them, I reckon Sword Sect will make a move as well. Sword Sect's titular disciple was a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord. Although he could not enter the Dao inheritance ground, Sword Sect would definitely not let Su Zimo off since he possessed the heaven-slaying sword art. Shangguanzi said, these are only confirmed news. There are still some unknowns and uncertainties. The actual situation you're going to face will be even worse than what you know now. The Dao inheritance ground was not some secret space. As long as one was at the conjoint body realm, they would be able to activate it. At that time, who knew how many cultivators would swarm in? However, it was unknown how many of them were targeting Su Zimo. Su Zimo frowned deeply and remained silent. Everyone knew that he was facing a difficult decision. If he were to back off, his life would not be in danger. With Dao Lord Extreme Fire as his backing, his future potential will be limitless. If he entered, he would most likely die. Shangguanzi said gently, actually, you don't have to feel burdened. None of us are agreeable with you accepting the challenge in the Dao inheritance ground. Dao Lord Extreme Fire nodded. The Dao inheritance ground is a space created by many ancient mighty figures. It has a unique barrier that only allows nascent souls and void reversions to enter. I've just advanced to the conjoint body and can help you open up the Dao inheritance ground. However, if you encounter danger inside, my power won't be able to penetrate that barrier and I won't be of any help. After a brief pause, Dao Lord Extreme Fire continued, the void reversion Dao beings of 100 refinement sect can enter, but they won't be able to withstand a single blow against any titular disciple. They'll only die for nothing if they enter to help you. Although his words sounded heartless, it was an undeniable truth. None of the void reversions dared to enter the Dao inheritance ground and stand on Su Zimo's side. This meant that Su Zimo would have to face everything on his own once he entered the Dao inheritance ground. Elder Ge persuaded, you don't have to make a decision in a hurry. You still have a month to consider. There's still time. Dao Lord Extreme Fire and the others exchanged glances and prepared to retreat quietly, leaving Su Zimo alone. I've made up my mind. Just as Extreme Fire and the others arrived at the entrance of the hall, Su Zimo's voice sounded. A month later, I'll enter the Dao inheritance ground and accept all challenges. After saying that, Su Zimo felt as though all the pressure on his body disappeared instantly and he relaxed. His Dao did not allow for any retreating. Chapter 990 Farewell Gift. Chapter 990 Farewell Gift. Upon hearing Su Zimo's decision, Dao Lord Extreme Fire smiled gently and turned to look at Shangguanzi, Elder Gu, and the others. I won. Unexpected, truly unexpected. Elder Ge shook his head and laughed bitterly. Elder Gu lamented, that's right. To think that he would dare accept the challenge despite almost certain doom. His guts and boldness are worthy of all his glory. Before this, everyone made a bet. Everyone guessed that Su Zimo would definitely not accept the challenge as long as they explained the dangers. Only Dao Lord Extreme Fire believed that Su Zimo would definitely go. Dao Lord Extreme Fire said, since I won this gamble, I'll now have to trouble all of you. I admit defeat. Don't worry. Elder Ge and the others laughed. Su Zimo was confused and was about to ask when Dao Lord Extreme Fire turned to look at him with a smile. Go on, there's still a month to go. Relax and adjust your state of mind. Come and look for me here in a month. All right. Suzimo nodded and left. Arriving outside the hall, Suzimo stood against the wind, his black hair fluttering with a resolute gaze. If this bit of danger was enough to frighten him from advancing, there was no need for him to establish any Tao. He might as well learn from others and merely seek the Tao of immortality. Suzimo moved and headed out of 100 Refinement Sect, intending to bid farewell to Yang Beichen. When he arrived at the mountain peak, he realized that the cave abode was empty. There was a line of words on the wall. Zimo, I've already left. Don't worry. The words were carved with the edge of a blade and were filled with saber intent. Suzimo smiled gently. That was indeed Yang Beichen's character. He was carefree and unrestrained, coming and going as he pleased. Suzimo decided to enter seclusion in the cave abode. He looked at the words on the wall and used his palm as a saber, trying to figure out the saber intent within. Suzimo was in no rush. Even if he cultivated with all his might, there was no way he could break through to the void reversion realm within a month. For the following days, Suzimo was extremely relaxed. He would sit at the entrance of the cave and watch the sun rise and set. Occasionally, he would face the wall and practice his saber techniques. After nightfall, he laid down to rest. Although he barely cultivated, his condition improved consistently. At the same time, news spread and the entire cultivation world was in an uproar. Suzimo accepted the challenge. A long time ago, when Di Yin set up the venue for the challenge at the Dao Inheritance Ground, countless news and guesses were spread. Almost no one thought highly of Suzimo. Later on, when they heard that the titular disciples of Zephyr Thunder Palace, Heavenly Dipper Sect and the other Immortal sects were about to enter the place as well, many cultivators were certain that Suzimo would not accept the challenge. If nascent souls entered the Dao Inheritance Ground, they would be courting death if they were faced with the few titular disciples. However, not long after, news of Suzimo accepting the challenge spread and caused an uproar. After 100 years, the two monster incarnates, Suzimo and Di Yin, will fight once more in the Dao Inheritance Ground in a life and death battle. I reckon that Suzimo will be killed by the other titular disciples before he gets to see Di Yin, a few titular disciples appearing at the same time to kill a monster incarnate. This can be considered as the greatest commotion in the history of the cultivation world. It's going to be interesting. Some were shocked, some mocked, and some were worried. For the past month, all the sects and factions that had the ability to open up the rift into the Dao Inheritance Ground would send their cultivators in anticipation of witnessing this unprecedented battle. A month later, Suzimo walked out of his cave abode. Although his cultivation realm did not change, his mental state and spirit were already at their peak. When he returned to 100 Refinement Sect's main hall, Tao Lord Extreme Fire and the others were already waiting. Tao Lord Extreme Fire slapped his storage bag and took out a cold saber and a shimmering golden inner armor. He wielded the saber and injected dharmic powers into it. The saber quivered and 6 lines burst forth. This saber is called Heaven Splitter, its incarnate Tao being dharmic weapon. With that said, Tao Lord Extreme Fire waved his hand casually and a bedazzling saber beam tore through the air, as though it was going to split the heaven. This inner armor is a perfect grade Tao being dharmic weapon. Its size can change with your body. Tao Lord Extreme Fire handed Heaven Splitter and the inner armor to Suzimo. I won't be able to help you with anything after you enter the Tao Inheritance Ground. Thankfully, I managed to refine 2 dharmic weapons this month and they're not bad. Take them. Thank you, Master. Suzimo was touched and did not decline. He put on his inner armor and kept Heaven Splitter in his storage bag. His trip was fraught with danger and Heaven Splitter and the inner armor were things that he lacked. Of course, given Tao Lord Extreme Fire's capabilities, refining a Tao Lord dharmic weapon was nothing difficult. However, for Suzimo, even if he had a Tao Lord dharmic weapon, it would be difficult for him to use it. It was already his limit for his essence spirit to be able to use Tao being dharmic weapons. Hang this jade pendant on your waist. In times of danger, all you have to do is shatter it and you'll be able to defend against the strongest attack of a void reversion once. Shangguanzi took out a jade pendant and handed it to Su Zimo. Protection dharmic weapon? Su Zimo's eyes lit up. Back in the intermediate ancient battlefield, if Di Yin had not crushed his protection dharmic weapon, he would have been killed by Su Zimo. Protection dharmic weapons were extremely rare and were even more precious than carnate dharmic weapons. There was no market for them and it was unknown how many runes were fused into them, making them difficult to refine. Up till this point of his cultivation, despite many fights with paragons and monster incarnates, Su Zimo had only encountered it once during his fight with Di Yin. This is way too precious. Su Zimo had just extended his hand when he shook his head and retracted it. Take it. With a gentle gaze, Shangguanzi smiled and said, "We made a bet with your master previously and we lost. This is the bet." Ah. Suddenly, Su Zimo's eyes lit up. "Lad, take it." Elder Jiyu chuckled. "It's not just about the stakes. Can't you tell the relationship between Shangguanzi and your master?" Although Shangguanzi was already thousands of years old, she blushed when she heard that and glared at Elder Jiyu. Su Zimo smiled and received the jade pendant hurriedly. "Thank you, master's wife." "Child, what nonsense are you spouting?" Shangguanzi was delighted to be addressed as master's wife. However, she still pretended to be reserved on the surface and scolded him in a moderate tone. Tao Lord Extreme Fire coughed gently and changed the topic. He looked at Elder Ge of Elixir Yang sect and asked, "Old Ge, where's your bet?" "Don't worry, I won't mistreat your precious disciple." With a flip of his palm, a small bottle appeared in Elder Ge's palm. He handed it to Su Zimo and said in a deep voice, "This is the Great Essence Life Preservation Elixir. Unless your essence spirit is killed directly, no matter how severely injured you are or even on the brink of death, you'll be able to survive with a single breath as long as you consume this elixir." Su Zimo was shocked. That was a treasure that was no weaker than a protection dharmic weapon. Elder Ge reminded once more, "Remember, this elixir can keep you alive for a month at most. You'll still have to find other methods to properly survive. It could only preserve his life and not save it." Even so, that elixir was already heaven-defying enough. Each of those gifts was more impressive than the previous. Tao Lord Extreme Fire had already done everything he could for Su Zimo. Chapter 991 Life and Death. Chapter 991 Life and Death. "Old Jiyu, where's your stuff?" Tao Lord Extreme Fire and the others looked at Elder Jiyu with mocking gazes. Shangguanzi harumphed and said, "Old man Jiyu, look at what we took out. If your stuff is too lousy, don't take it out to embarrass yourself. Shangguan, the two of you haven't even become Dao companions and you're already so biased towards Extreme Fire's disciple. Seriously." Elder Jiyu puffed his beard and glared, looking slightly troubled indeed. 100 Refinement sect could refine weapons, 1000 Crane sect could create talismans, Elixir Yang sect could refine elixirs while Ancient Array sect could only set up formations. He had indeed prepared a gift, a sword formation technique. However, looking at it now, his sword formation technique was way too inferior compared to the protection dharmic weapon and Great Essence Life Preservation elixir. Looking at the mocking gazes of Tao Lord Extreme Fire and the other two, Elder Jiyu gritted his teeth and took out a beast hide from his storage bag, handing it to Su Zimo. "What's that?" Elder Ge could not help but lean forward and mutter, "Are you trying to fool us with a piece of beast hide?" Tao Lord Extreme Fire and Shangguanzi swept their gazes across and were shocked when they saw the complicated and mysterious patterns on the beast hide. "Old Jiyu, you're even willing to take this out?" Tao Lord Extreme Fire asked. Elder Jiyu grit his teeth. "It's all because of you guys. Hurry and take it away or I might regret it." Shangguanzi looked at Su Zimo and smiled. "Take it. This is one of the few treasures that old man Jiyu has in his possession." Curious, Su Zimo received the beast hide and took a look at it. The beast hide was etched with mysterious formation patterns that formed a fan shape. It was 100 times more complicated than any formation patterns Su Zimo had seen before. Elder Jiyu said, "There was a teleportation formation in the primordial era. As long as it was activated, it could teleport cultivators millions of miles away. It wouldn't be a problem for them to cross the entire Tianhuang mainland. Unfortunately, The formation patterns have long been lost. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he exclaimed, "This is the formation pattern of the teleportation formation?" "Humph," Elder Gu said, "you wish. This is merely a damaged formation pattern of the teleportation formation. However, if you can comprehend it, you'll be able to gain something as well." Although it was only an incomplete formation, the treasure was still shocking enough. To a certain extent, it was even more precious than Tao Lord Extreme Fire and the others' dharmic weapons and elixirs. Elder Gu thought for a moment and coughed gently. "Also, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you can comprehend it and activate this incomplete formation, don't enter it recklessly. The cultivators you lost earlier haven't returned?" Tao Lord Extreme Fire asked. With an embarrassed expression, Elder Gu harumphed and did not reply. For the sake of Elder Gu, Shangguanzi sent a voice transmission to Su Zimo. 5,000 years ago, Old Man Gu set up this incomplete formation according to the formation patterns on it. At that time, there were 10 cultivators in Ancient Array sect who volunteered to give it a try. However, they never returned after they were teleported out. Even after 5,000 years, there's still no news of them. They should be doomed. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. Although this incomplete formation was precious, it was truly dangerous. Who knew where they would be teleported to after activation? If they were teleported to somewhere like the lair of the Dragon Bone Valley, they would be killed by the dragon race right away. They wouldn't be able to survive even if they had 10 live. Su Zimo put away the beast hide. At least for now, he had no use for it. Once everything was prepared, Tao Lord Extreme Fire closed his eyes and spread his spirit consciousness to sense the spatial node of the place. All of a sudden, Tao Lord Extreme Fire extended his palm and a ball of flames appeared in it. A hole appeared in the void and grew larger. It was dark and hazy inside. "Go," Tao Lord Extreme Fire said, "I can maintain this teleportation entrance for about a month. If anything goes wrong, retreat to this entrance and return in time." Nodding, Su Zimo took a deep breath and leaped into the gigantic hole in the void, vanishing from sight. Sigh, with a few titular disciples there, he's most likely going to die on this trip. Shangguanzi sighed. Tao Lord Extreme Fire said in a low voice, "There's still a chance. If he can establish his Tao heart and obtain the legacies of the mighty figures within, his combat strength will increase. There's not much use." Elder Gu shook his head. Even if he obtained the legacy of a mighty figure, the spirit chi within is dried up and there's almost no way for him to cultivate. There's still no way for him to advance his cultivation realm. There's a major cultivation realm difference and his demonic methods are suppressed. There's almost no shot at victory against Di Yin and the others. Tao Lord Extreme Fire murmured softly, "I hope he can tide through this tribulation. Call Tao Being Yu Ding and the others over." Tao Lord Extreme Fire instructed once more. Before long, Tao Being Yu Ding and dozens of void reversions arrived. Some of you have already established your Tao hearts and some of you haven't. For this trip, all you have to do is search for your own opportunities as per normal. Tao Lord Extreme Fire did not request for the sect's disciples to help Su Zimo. Even if he requested, none of the disciples would dare to help. Although they were void reversions, their combat strength was way too inferior compared to titular disciples. Who would dare to risk their lives to help Su Zimo? Right then, 100 refinement sect cultivator walked in briskly with an excited expression. "Sect Master, there's a fiend demon outside who tried to infiltrate the sect. He's been locked by the demon revealing mirror and his true form is a WM." After pausing for a moment, the cultivator hesitated. However, that fiend demon called himself Solitary Cloud and said that he knows Su Zimo. Tao Lord Extreme Fire exclaimed softly with a puzzled expression. "Bring him here." His essence spirit had always been in the Mingwang prayer beads and naturally knew that Solitary Cloud was a pure-blooded WM that Su Zimo subdued in Thousand Demon Valley. Before long, Solitary Cloud was brought into the main hall. He looked a little pale, as though he had suffered a serious injury earlier on. "It's really you?" Tao Lord Extreme Fire recognized Solitary Cloud instantly and asked with a frown, "What are you doing here? Didn't Zimo leave you at Howling Moon Mountain?" Solitary Cloud did not know Dao Lord Extreme Fire. However, the moment he left Howling Moon Mountain, he heard news of the cultivation world and knew that 100 Refinement sect was on Su Zimo's side. Solitary Cloud knelt on the ground and cupped his fists. Seniors, I was originally a ferocious WRM of Thousand Demon Valley. I was only accepted as a mount because my master favored me. I heard that master's trip to the Dao inheritance ground is extremely dangerous. How can I remain indifferent and stay out of it? Seniors, please allow me to enter and stand shoulder to shoulder with master. Little WM, you sure are loyal. Elder GU chuckled. However, that place is the sacred ground of the human race. You don't know what's going on inside. When fiend demons enter, they won't be able to conjure their true forms or release any demonic arts. The only thing you can use is your body. I know. Solitary Cloud nodded. This time round, Dao Lord Extreme Fire and the others did not laugh. Elder GU frowned. Do you know that there are countless cultivators inside? If your identity as a fiend demon is exposed, you will die without a burial ground. I know. Solitary Cloud nodded. Do you know that even Su Zimo has no confidence against Di Yin and the others? Entering is equivalent to courting death. Solitary Cloud replied, I know. You still want to go after knowing? Elder GU asked. Solitary Cloud said, I once made an oath to follow my master through life and death. Everyone was moved. Chapter 992, Entering the Sacred Grounds. Chapter 992, Entering the Sacred Grounds. Dao Lord Extreme Fire's gaze gradually softened as he said softly, You're injured right now and it's our 100 Refinement sect's fault for being reckless. Rest for a day first and don't be too anxious. That's right. You won't be of much help even if you go in like this. Elder GE went forward and stuffed 2 small bottles into Solitary Cloud's hands. The white bottle is to be applied on external wounds and the red bottle is to be consumed for internal injuries. Your injuries will heal very quickly. Thank you, Senior. Solitary Cloud nodded and was brought to rest by 100 Refinement sect disciples. He was prepared to head to the Dao inheritance ground after resting for a day. Shangguanzi and the others watched Solitary Cloud leave with conflicted expressions. Elder GU sighed. To think that there's such a loyal person among the fiend demons. How admirable. Dao Lord Extreme Fire said, Demons are the same as humans, there are both good and evil. At times, after interacting with demons for a long time, I really like their straightforward and carefree nature. They are not hypocritical nor scheming. Su Zimo had stayed in Thousand Demon Valley for 100 years and Dao Lord Extreme Fire had witnessed every single moment he spent with Monkey and the others. On top of a ruin, a strong gust of wind blew and gravel filled the air. There was no sign of life and everything was barren. All of a sudden, a gigantic hole opened up in the firmament, dark and deep. From within, a figure fell out and stabilized himself the moment he arrived in midair. Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings and released his spirit consciousness, scanning every single corner. Is this the Dao inheritance ground? He murmured softly. After checking for a long time, he retracted his spirit consciousness slowly. There's no danger nearby, but the spirit chi is really thin. Su Zimo channeled his bloodline slowly. Swoosh. The surrounding space sensed something and a massive pressure descended upon him instantly. He could not move at all against that pressure. True enough. Su Zimo felt that if he were to forcefully activate his bloodline, he would be crushed by the pressure instantly. This was the will of many ancient mighty figures. This was the sacred ground of the human race and countless human experts had left their legacies here. No other race was allowed to lay their hands on it. Su Zimo did not dare to move recklessly. The bloodline in his body gradually calmed down and the massive pressure vanished as well, as though it had never appeared. After a moment of silence, the scarlet-haired yin spirit in Su Zimo's consciousness stirred. There was no reaction from the surroundings and the pressure from earlier did not appear. Most likely, even the ancient mighty figures did not expect that an anomaly like Su Zimo would appear in the future. He tried a few times. Su Zimo discovered that his scarlet-haired yin spirit could move about freely within his consciousness and could even fuse with the black-haired essence spirit. However, the The scarlet-haired yin spirit could not release its spirit consciousness. Furthermore, if the fused essence spirit were to release its spirit consciousness or dharmic arts, it would attract similar pressure from the ancient mighty figures. In other words, his demon techniques were indeed suppressed fully. Su Zimo was not discouraged, he had expected this. After determining his direction, Su Zimo headed towards the east. He did not move fast and was constantly paying attention to his surroundings. Before long, a gigantic stone stele appeared in front of him. It was more than 100 feet tall and stood upright in the ruins, exuding the aura of time. More than 10 void reversions stood at the foot of the stele. Su Zimo walked closer and looked up. There were a few lines of words on the stone stele that were written with pride in a flamboyant manner. My Tao title is Scarlet Peak. I've cultivated for 5,000 years and finally entered the conjoint body realm. A Dharma characteristic Tao Lord had a lifespan of 10,000 years and would be right in his peak after cultivating for 5,000 years. The fact that he was able to advance to the conjoint body realm at this point meant that he could definitely be considered as a paragon. I dominated the world and rarely lost. I'm ranked 78th on the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking and 65th on the Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic ranking. I once killed 3 paragons of the Immortal sects. The words on the stele were clearly left behind by mighty figure Scarlet Peak, and most of them were reminiscing about his past glory. Alas, I did not manage to break through to the final step after 15,000 years and ended at the conjoint body realm. What a pity. Even with the glory of the world, what can I do? In the end, I couldn't withstand the passage of time and turned into dust. Cultivators could extend their lifespans to 20,000 years after entering the conjoint body realm. This mighty figure Scarlet Peak had advanced to the conjoint body realm at 5,000 years old. To think that he was still unable to advance to the Mahayana realm after 15,000 years. Chi condensation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, void reversion, Dharma characteristic, conjoint body, Mahayana and tribulation transcendence. The further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to cultivate. Mighty figure Scarlet Peak was almost at the peak of the cultivation world. However, he was still unable to extend his lifespan and died with regrets. This was the cruelty of cultivation. Before my death, I entered this place and sorted out everything I've learned in my life. I left behind a copy of the Howling World scripture to await a fated one. That was the final sentence on the stele. I'm willing to pursue the Tao of immortality with no qualms for the rest of my life to make up for your regrets, Senior. Please grant me your legacy and I'll make sure I live up to your reputation. A void reversion stood in front of the stone stele and shouted. The moment he said that, another void reversion said, Senior Scarlet Peak, both my parents are dead and they were devoured by demon beast. I'm willing to devote my life to slaying and exterminating demons and evil. In my crusade around the world, I'll return peace to it. Senior Scarlet Peak, I'm willing to lead a carefree life of freedom. Please grant me your legacy, Senior. One cultivator after another established their Tao hearts beneath the stele. Generally speaking, if a cultivator's Tao heart was compatible with the wishes of this ancient mighty figure, the inheritance would descend. Of course, there were all sorts of conditions to trigger an opportunity. Some conjoint body mighty figures would bluntly state that cultivators were only qualified after they passed the wind and fire tribulations. Before long, more than 10 cultivators shouted one after another. However, there was still no reaction from the stone stele. Fellow Daoist, aren't you coming over to give it a try? Some cultivators noticed Su Zimo and greeted him with cupped fists. No. Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. Apart from fighting against Di Yin, he had another motive for entering the Tao inheritance ground. He wanted to establish his Tao heart and search for a suitable legacy to inherit. Although the legacy left behind by mighty figure Scarlet Peak was decent, it did not match his expectations. Let's go and look for others. The group of cultivators dispersed quickly, leaving behind a skinny man who knelt motionlessly before the stone stele. Who is that? He was already kneeling here before we arrived. I don't know. I heard that he's an itinerant cultivator who doesn't belong to any sect. He seems to have knelt here for many years without leaving. There is something wrong with that man as well. If he can't get the approval of mighty figure Scarlet Peak, he can just change to another person. How can he be so stubborn? Many cultivators discussed. Right then, the stele shook and dust fell. A bedazzling beam of light burst forth from the gigantic stele and shot into the skies. The birth of a phenomenon. Someone has inherited a legacy. Everyone stopped in their tracks and stared at the stele with their mouths agape. Typically, phenomenons would appear if any legacies were inherited. The skinny man was emotional as he reached out and placed his palm gently on the stone stele. Suddenly, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the stele. This meant that the skinny man had obtained the acknowledgement of mighty figure Scarlet Peak and entered the stele to receive the inheritance. Suzimo nodded to himself. This man had waited devotedly for many years. The fact that he was able to achieve such an outcome was a sign that his sincerity had bore fruits. Chapter 993 Meeting an Old Friend. Chapter 993 Meeting an Old Friend. Suzimo continued forward. Before long, a stone statue appeared before him. The stone statue was leaning against a green stone with a lazy expression. Dressed in a sloppy manner, it had its chest half opened and intoxicated eyes. In its left hand was a wine jar that looked extremely lifelike. A few lines of words were written beside the stone statue. I am Drunken Life, and I enjoyed a lifetime of good wine. All of you are cultivating for the sake of longevity, but I am doing it just so I can drink for a few more years. Ha 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 ha. Phenomenon ranking? Dharma characteristic ranking? None of them are as satisfying as good wine. As the saying goes, the long road of cultivation is nothing compared to the life of a drunk. In Suzimo's eyes, mighty figure Drunken Life seemed to have come alive with just a few words. He was wild and unrestrained, living in a drunken stupor. This mighty figure seemed like he was still drinking wildly as he wrote those sentences. His handwriting was messy and sketchy. He was dead drunk. The fact that this mighty figure was able to cultivate to the conjoint body realm just for the sake of enjoying wine for a few more years was proof of how exceptional he was. I heard that this mighty figure Drunken Life was extremely famous in the cultivation world back then. Even though he did not mention anything about his glory, this senior was once ranked 10th on the phenomenon ranking and 9th on the Dharma characteristic ranking. His combat strength is shocking. Many cultivators discussed softly. Mighty figure Drunken Life was clearly much stronger than mighty figure Scarlet Peak from earlier on. There were even more cultivators gathered around this stone statue. There were dozens of them and cultivators were still rushing over from afar. I'm seeking longevity. I'm also willing to seek the Tao of immortality in my lifetime. I like to drink wine just like you, senior. Many cultivators shouted around the stone statue and their Tao hearts were of all sorts. Most of them sought the Tao of immortality. However, the stone statue did not move at all. Right then, a cultivator squeezed through the crowd and arrived beside the stone statue. He took out a jar of wine from his storage bag and removed its mud seal, filling the air with the fragrance of wine. Senior, I've brought good wine to see you. As he said that, he poured the wine into the wine jar in the hands of the stone statue. Swoosh. Suddenly, the entire stone statue moved. Opening its mouth slightly, it released a stream of wine chi that surged into the clouds and shrouded that person. In the blink of an eye, that person vanished on the spot. Fuck, that works too. This senior Drunken Life is way too casual. Sigh, why didn't I think of that? Some cultivators were stunned, some sighed, and some were regretful. Suzimo could not help but laugh. This senior Drunken Life was truly a carefree person. Look at that green-robed cultivator. Could he be the monster incarnate Suzimo who's been extremely famous recently? From the crowd, a void reversion pointed at Suzimo and said in a mysterious manner, I heard that Suzimo has a terrifying physique and is invincible in melee combat. He must be tall and strong. That man looks handsome, refined, and thin. Could it be him? Don't be alarmed. There are many people who wear green robes. How can every one of them be Suzimo? Haha, I was just saying it casually. How can there be such a coincidence? Look at how scared you guys are. The first cultivator who spoke laughed. The first time Su Zimo revealed himself in the Middle Continent was at the Thousand Crane Tea Party. However, at the Thousand Crane Tea Party, almost all of them were nascent souls. Not many void reversions of the cultivation world had seen Su Zimo before. Hurry up and take a look. They're fighting over there. Where? Who's with whom? The Wind Sword inheritance guarded by Sword Sect was intruded by another sword cultivator and both parties fought. Let's go and take a look. The void reversions that were initially gathered around the stone statue swarmed in a certain direction. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before following. Before long, Su Zimo heard the sounds of sword chi and metal clashing with his strong hearing. On the horizon far away, there was a sword that towered into the clouds. It was dozens of feet tall and stabbed diagonally into the ground in an extremely shocking manner. Beneath the sword, sword lights danced. 7 sword cultivators of Sword Sect walked in a specific direction and connected with one another, forming an extremely mysterious sword formation that trapped another sword cultivator in the middle. All 7 Sword Sect cultivators were at the perfected void reversion realm. In their hands, the sword formation was clearly at the peak of perfection and was well coordinated. Sword chi surged and became sharper and more resplendent. The sword cultivator that was trapped had black hair and black robes. His face was slightly pale and his eyes were hollow. His cultivation realm was only at the early stage void reversion realm. Initially, the black-robed sword cultivator could still retaliate a few times. However, as the sword formation was fully released, that person could only dodge continuously and defend passively. He was completely disadvantaged. Su Zimo's expression changed. He did not know any of the Sword Sect cultivators. However, this black-robed sword cultivator was an old friend. It was Dugu Jian of the aristocratic families of the North region. Dugu Jian was introverted and silent, never someone who would take the initiative to converse with others. It was as though the only thing in his eyes was the sword in his hands. However, Su Zimo had a rather good impression of him. It was not only because Dugu Jian had helped him back in the Great Chen ruins. More than that, 100 years ago in Myriad Phenomenon City, when the calamity arrived and all the paragons retreated, Dugu Jian was the first to step forward. In Su Zimo's eyes, he was the true embodiment of a sword cultivator. To think that after 100 years, this old friend of his had already entered the void reversion realm. Su Zimo observed for a moment. Apart from the 7 Sword Sect cultivators on the battlefield, there were more than 10 Sword Sect cultivators guarding the surroundings of the battlefield with sharp gazes, forbidding outsiders from interfering. At the foot of the gigantic sword lay the corpses of a few Sword Sect cultivators. They were all struck in the glabella and died with a single strike. Those were clean kills. To be fair, Sword Sect is indeed a little overbearing. The inheritance of the Dao inheritance ground is all dependent on opportunities. However, Sword Sect has dominated the inheritance of this mighty figure Wind Sword all year round and forbids others from entering. Isn't that right? Sigh, Sword Sect is powerful and it's the pilgrimage ground of all sword cultivators in the world. Who would dare to go against them? Many cultivators in the crowd discussed. This black-robed man's methods are not weak. Earlier on, he barged in alone and killed a sword cultivator of Sword Sect in a few moves. His sword techniques are extremely fast. Unfortunately, he came at the wrong time. Initially, there were only 20 sword cultivators from Sword Sect guarding the inheritance of the Wind Sword. However, these 7 sword cultivators entered later and they specialized in Sword Sect's 7 luminaries sword formation. If the 7 of them were to join forces, they would be able to fight against titular disciples. I heard that these 7 sword cultivators came for that monster incarnate, Su Zimo. In the end, they witnessed the battle between the black-robed man and the sword cultivators of Sword Sect. Because of that, the 7 of them attacked decisively and surrounded him. The difference in their cultivation realms is too great. If this continues, the black-robed man will definitely die. Just as the person was analyzing, a tremendous force pushed him away from behind. Enraged, he turned around and glared at the green-robed cultivator who was squeezing over, asking coldly, "Why are you squeezing? Can't you see?" Anyone who could enter the Dao inheritance ground had some capabilities. This person came from one of the 108 upper sects and was naturally not willing to be pushed back. Excuse me. Suzimo glanced at that person indifferently and pushed him away casually, walking towards the battlefield beneath the sword. Humph. That person spat at Suzimo's back view and scolded, "What are you so arrogant for? You look like you're rushing to die. Do you think that you're Suzimo just because you're wearing green robes?" Chapter 994, 2 Successive Kills. Chapter 994, 2 Successive Kills. In a battle with sword sect involved, none of the cultivators dared to step forward for fear of being implicated. They merely watched from afar and discussed softly. At that moment, Suzimo was extremely eye-catching as he walked towards the battlefield. Who is that? Is he looking to die? I don't know. He doesn't have any sect emblem on him either. He's probably an itinerant cultivator. Wait, that person's cultivation realm is so low. He's only at the nascent soul realm. How dare a nascent soul come to the Dao inheritance ground at this time? He truly has a death wish. All the cultivators pointed at Suzimo's back view. The dozens of sword cultivators standing outside the battlefield noticed Suzimo as well. Back down. The sword cultivator facing Suzimo hollered at him with a cold gaze. Suzimo had a calm expression and naturally would not be scared off by a sword cultivator as he continued forward. You must have a death wish. Without saying anything more, the sword cultivator leaped forward and drew his sword with a clang. He became one with the sword and pierced forward like a stream of light. Phew! In the blink of an eye, the sword beam had already arrived before Suzimo without any mercy. Suzimo's expression was calm and there was not a single ripple in his eyes. The sword cultivator did not take him seriously at all. Although his attacks looked sharp, he did not use his full strength. In Suzimo's eyes, he was full of openings. At that moment, he had at least 10 different methods to kill the sword cultivator. Suzimo's body swayed for a moment and the sword right past his cheek, missing by a millimeter. The sword cultivator's heart skipped a beat. A dodge like that required an extremely terrifying combat talent and rich battle experience. Any mistake would result in death. His not simple. That thought flashed through the sword cultivator's mind. Just as he was about to turn his sword and slash horizontally, he saw a fair and slender finger piercing towards his eyes. Suzimo was not going to give the person a second chance to attack after the mistake. Stretching out his finger, he pierced the person's glabella. The person's essence spirit was also shattered by the dharmic powers released by Suzimo's fingers. This nascent soul really dared to head forward. I'm willing to bet that the outcome will be decided in a single round. The sword cultivator of sword sect only needs a single slash. A cultivator's voice came to an abrupt stop in the crowd. All the cultivators widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene on the battlefield. The cultivator was right. Indeed, the outcome of the fight was decided in a single round. However, the one who lost was the sword sect cultivator. Thud. When the sword cultivator's corpse fell to the ground, many cultivators snapped out of their shock and exclaimed, "Am I seeing things? How is that possible? A void reversion of sword sect was killed by a single move of a nascent soul? Furthermore, he killed the cultivator with his bare hands. Perhaps this sword cultivator was too careless." The crowd was in an uproar. The dozen sword cultivators who were initially standing there in silence were alarmed as they closed in. All of them had hostile expressions and sharp gazes. "Who are you?" a sword cultivator questioned loudly. "I'm the person you're looking for." Suzimo did not stop in his tracks. There was a mocking look in his eyes as he smiled. "Why do you guys not recognize me now that I'm here?" These sword cultivators had been guarding the wind sword inheritance all these years and knew nothing about the cultivation world, let alone Suzimo. However, the 7 sword cultivators that were initially attacking Dugu Jian felt their hearts skip a beat and glanced over. That single glance shocked the 7 of them. Suzimo. The 7 of them entered the inheritance ground because of Suzimo. Although they had never seen Suzimo before, there were sword sect cultivators who described his appearance. Not every cultivator with a green robe might be Suzimo. However, If there was a nascent soul in green robes with refined features and could kill a void reversion in a single move, Suzumo was probably the only one. The 7 of them were alarmed and almost caused the 7 luminaries' sword formation to stop. Thankfully, the 7 of them were experienced and composed. They continued to circulate their sword formations and channeled their dharmic powers, preparing to kill Dugu Jian as soon as possible. All of you, join forces and stop him. A sword cultivator who seemed to be the leader of the 7 shouted. His words were clear. He did not expect the dozen of them to be able to kill Suzumo. He only hoped that they could stop Suzumo for a moment and give them 7 more time. Don't worry, senior brother Li Quan. Leave this person to me. I'll definitely behead him within 10 breath. A sword cultivator volunteered bravely. There was a hint of disdain in that person's heart. He could not understand why senior brother Li Quan would be so cautious against a nascent soul and even ask them to attack together. The moment the person turned around and was about to advance with his sword, he heard a loud and sacred Sanskrit sound. The Sanskrit sound shocked him and even his essence spirit shuddered. Sound domain secret skill. A thought flashed through his mind. However, that momentary daze caused his vision to blur. A green figure had already arrived before him and extended a fair and slender finger to tap gently on his glabella. He could clearly see the finger stabbing over, but he could not dodge it at all. He was stunned by the Sanskrit sound and his reaction was extremely slow. Poof! A bloody hole appeared on his glabella. His essence spirit was destroyed. The 2 sword cultivators died in the same manner. The commotion in the crowd was even more obvious. It was only then that many cultivators, including the sword cultivators present, realized that the death of 2 sword cultivators was definitely not a coincidence. This person. Could he be Suzumo? A trembling voice sounded from the crowd. The cultivator who spat at Suzumo earlier on shuddered in fear and murmured with a pale face, "No way, right? Apart from him, who else could possess such terrifying combat strength at the nascent soul realm?" A cultivator asked. Right then, Dao being Li Quan who was besieging Dugu Jian was getting anxious as well and could not help but shout, "This man is the #1 monster incarnate of history, Suzumo. He can kill void reversions above his level. Don't be careless. All you have to do is join forces and hold him off for a moment." The moment he said that, the crowd exploded. Suzumo is really here. This is the #1 perfected lord of Tianhuang mainland. I heard that he has a strong physique and is invincible in melee combat. Why does he look frail and scholarly? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would associate Suzumo with all the titles given, #1 of the phenomenon ranking, #1 perfected lord, his frightening physique and invincibility in melee combat. Ha 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 ha. When he heard Dao being Li Quan's shout, Suzumo reared his head in laughter. Slapping his storage bag, he pulled out Heaven Splitter and declared proudly, "Do you think that these random nobodies can stop me?" Chapter 995, Kill Them All. Chapter 995, Kill Them All. This was the first time that sword sect cultivators were viewed as nobodies. Clang. The saber quivered and 6 resplendent dharmic patterns burst forth. It's a carnate dharmic weapon. Cries of surprises came from the crowd. Suzumo swung his saber and slashed forward. The entire saber extended and descended from the skies like a gigantic heavenly saber, striking the crowd of sword cultivators. The aura of that slash was way too strong, as though it wanted to split the world apart. The expressions of many sword cultivators changed as they defended with their swords. Boom! Heaven Splitter descended and collided with the swords of many sword cultivators, causing the ground to quake with a loud bang. A sword cultivator could not withstand the terrifying power of Heaven Splitter and was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood with a dispirited expression. A terrifying power surged into that person's body and destroyed his life force completely. Ha ha. Suzumo burst into laughter and passed through the crowd. Kill. The remaining sword cultivators attacked one after another and roared. Instantly, the entire battlefield was filled with sword chi that tore the void into pieces and engulfed Suzumo. Raging tides. Suzumo slashed with his backhand and the sound of a tsunami suddenly sounded from his saber. It was getting louder and louder. The moment the saber landed, the entire battlefield was surrounded by a vast ocean that was dark and bottomless, surging with seawater. Countless raging tides rose from the ground and engulfed many sword cultivators around them. Saber intent. More than 10 sword cultivators were caught in Suzumo's saber intent and could barely fend for themselves, let alone stop him. When Dao being Li Quan caught sight of that, his heart skipped a beat. A green shadow flashed and Suzumo was already close. You! He only had time to say a single word before Suzumo's heaven splitter slashed down at him. I've already said that these nobodies won't be able to stop me. Dao being Li Quan channeled his blood chi and channeled his dharmic powers to deflect the heaven splitter. Clang! An ear-piercing sound echoed and sparks flew. Among all the sword cultivators of Sword Sect, Dao being Li Quan was the strongest. However, he still felt his arms go numb after receiving Suzumo's slash. His blood chi churned and he almost vomited. How terrifying! Some legends about Suzumo surfaced in Dao being Li Quan's mind. Legend has it that this person has the bloodline of the demon race flowing within him which can't be used in this Dao inheritance ground. He's already so strong with just his physique. If he could activate his bloodline, I might not even be able to defend against a single slash. Just as Dao being Li Quan was letting his imagination run wild, Suzumo's second slash arrive. Take my slash. Swoosh. The sound of a tsunami could be heard. It was as though the saber had split the incoming waves into two as it surged against the current with a shuddering burst power. Clang. The saber and sword collided and Dao being Li Quan shuddered. He could no longer defend against it and staggered back repeatedly. The blood on his face faded and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. 2 slashes. He was already injured. However, this was only the beginning. With Dao being Li Quan injured, the formation came to a standstill and its power decreased. Dugu Jian, who had been dodging, seized the opportunity and attacked suddenly. A peerless sword beam tore through the skies. It was too fast. Apart from Suzumo, no one else saw how Dugu Jian attacked. When the stunning sword beam entered the glabella of a sword cultivator, the sound of a sword being unsheathed could be heard on the battlefield. A streak of blood seeped out from the sword cultivator's glabella. His life force decreased rapidly. That person's consciousness had already been pierced by Dugu Jian's sword chi and his essence spirit was destroyed. One of the 7 sword cultivators was down. The 7 luminaries' sword formation was broken. Everyone, join forces and kill this demon. One of the sword cultivators glared at Suzumo with bloodshot eyes, wanting nothing more than to skin him alive. Nearly 20 sword cultivators swarmed forward. Humph! Suzumo swung his saber and slashed through the air. Blood chi filled the air and a gigantic purgatory appeared on the battlefield, engulfing all 20 sword cultivators. It was not as though Suzumo had gained nothing from cultivating in seclusion for a month in the cave abode of that mountain. At the very least, he had benefited immensely in the Tao of the Saber. With the help of the words left behind by Yang Beichen, he managed to comprehend the terrifying Azura saber intent. Although he had not spent much time with Yang Beichen, the latter's attainments in the Tao of the Saber were extremely deep. With a series of pointers, Suzumo resolved many of his questions on the Tao of the Saber. His saber techniques became purer and his saber intent became more condensed. Suzumo swung his saber and slashed out multiple saber shadows. The sounds of ghosts wailing and wolves howling could be heard from the battlefield, causing one's mind to waver. Cultivators with weaker wills would have their minds broken. The moment a sword cultivator's mind wavered, Suzumo seized the opening and killed him with a single slash. Blood flowed like rivers in the purgatory. Within the viscous river of blood, malevolent skeletons crawled up one after another and attacked the sword cultivators present. This was not an illusion. That was a product of saber intent, and every single skeleton was condensed from dharmic powers with immense strength. After falling into the white bone purgatory, the sword cultivators of Sword Sect were all separated and had to fend for themselves. Coupled with a terrifying sword cultivator like Dugu Jian by his side, sword cultivators of Sword Sect were dying continuously. In the blink of an eye, there were only 10 Sword Sect cultivators left. When Dao being Li Quan saw how dangerous the situation was and how they were going to die if things dragged on, a vicious glint flashed through his eyes. He conjured a few extremely mysterious dharmic arts and bit his tongue gently, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood. Burn! The essence blood burned instantly. At the same time, Dao being Li Quan's aura surged and turned extremely sharp as he slashed towards the purgatory beside him. Boom! The purgatory shook and came to a sudden collapse. Su Zimo could see the reality behind Dao being Li Quan's actions and said indifferently, "If you release a secret skill as such that burns your essence spirit, you will be stuck at the void reversion realm for the rest of your life." Dao being Li Quan and the others escaped and sped into the distance immediately. He turned around and glared at Su Zimo with a venomous expression. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Su Zimo, at least we can return alive. As for you, you will be buried here. You can forget about getting out alive now that you entered this place, Su Zimo. There are countless experts here who want to take your life. Ha 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 ha. You said something wrong." Su Zimo shook his head slightly and replied nonchalantly, "You guys can't escape." Before he finished his sentence, Su Zimo flicked his fingers like a sword and slashed gently in the direction where Dao being Li Quan was escaping toward. Kai! A white sword beam burst forth from Su Zimo's fingertip and arrived before Dao being Li Quan almost instantly. The 10 sword cultivators turned around one after another and defended with their sword. Only Dao being Li Quan's expression changed and his pupils constricted. He could smell the aura of death from that sword chi. Poof! The sword chi sliced through the swords of the 10 sword cultivators without any obstruction and entered their bodies. Terrifying killing intent burst forth and surged into their spirit platforms, killing their essence spirits instantly. All 10 swords were broken. 10 sword cultivators were cleaved into 2 by the sword chi and blood splattered in the void. Innards rolled out and a stench filled the air. There was dead silence beneath the gigantic sword. When the surrounding cultivators saw that, their eyes widened and they felt chills run down their spines. The might of the heaven-slaying sword art was extremely terrifying. Before long, a golden beam of light suddenly flew over from the skies behind him at an astonishing speed. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Even with his lightning escape technique coupled with ethereal wings, that was the fastest he could go. This was the first top-tier expert he had seen since entering the Dao inheritance ground. The golden light swept past his head and sped into the distance without stopping. Not long after, the golden light stopped and revealed the figure of a cultivator. Wearing a long robe that shone golden, he was tall and had long hair that draped over his shoulders. The golden-robed cultivator turned around and smiled at Su Zimo, asking, "Fellow Daoist, have you seen a bolt of purple lightning pass by here?" Su Zimo swept his gaze across the man's sleeves. Glass Palace's emblem. Just as Extreme Fire and the others had expected, other than Chaos Essence Sect, Sword Sect, Heavenly Dipper Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace, there were indeed other super sects that sent experts in. When the golden-robed cultivator saw Su Zimo's appearance, he was slightly stunned as well. After checking Su Zimo's cultivation realm, the golden-robed cultivator retracted his smile slowly and narrowed his eyes with a cold glint. Needless to say, he had already guessed Su Zimo's identity. The two of them were less than 30 feet apart and stood facing one another. They were expressionless and motionless. Both of them were tense as they searched for the other party's weakness. Killing intent filled the air. A great battle could break out at any moment. "If I'm not wrong, you must be Su Zimo, right?" In that tense atmosphere, the golden-robed cultivator was the first to speak and asked slowly, easing the killing intent between them. Su Zimo asked, "Who are you?" "My Dao title is..." The golden-robed cultivator paused for a moment before saying softly, "Glass." His Dao name was Glass. He was a titular disciple. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. To think that the first titular disciple he encountered upon entering the place was from Glass Palace. Boom. The split second Su Zimo was mentally distracted, Dao being Glass's eyes lit up and he suddenly attacked. He grasped the timing with perfect precision. A distance of 30 feet was instantly covered. Glass Palace was one of the strongest body-tempering sects in the cultivation world. It was extremely famous and was on par with Overlord Palace and Diamond Monastery. Glass Palace cultivators were strong in melee combat and could even fight against Demon Beast. Dao being glass was even more terrifying in this aspect. Splash! Su Zimo only felt a golden light spread before his eyes and his blood chi surged as the sound of tsunamis rang in his ears. Dao being glass had already cultivated his bloodline to the tsunami blood realm. Up till this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo had not met more than 5 people who could cultivate their bloodline to this level. Dao being glass's punch surged with his bloodline and shone brightly like a blazing sun, releasing a scorching and violent aura. A true expert. Su Zimo was completely disadvantaged with a single move. He had been slightly distracted and lost the initiative. Now that Dao being glass was right in front of him, he did not even have the chance to touch his storage bag and summon Heaven Splitter. Raising his right hand, Su Zimo clenched it into a fist and punched towards Dao being glass's fist. The two fists collided. Boom! There was a deafening sound. Both of them shuddered. Su Zimo took half a step back and his expression changed slightly. Although his right hand was fine with the divine phoenix bone, his entire right arm was numb. It was clear how great the blow he received was. He could not activate his bloodline. Even with the help of the divine phoenix bone in his right hand, he could not defend against Dao being glass's power. Dao being glass's pupils constricted as well. He had already heard that Su Zimo's demon bloodline would be suppressed upon entering the Dao inheritance ground and his combat strength would be greatly reduced. Even so, he did not expect himself to not possess an absolute advantage despite him taking the initiative. Chapter 997, Powerful Counterattack. Chapter 997, Powerful Counterattack. Su Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness all year round and his body was tempered by lightning and dragon blood. It was no weaker than any divine weapon. Even without using his bloodline, there were very few titular disciples who could defeat him physically. This was the Dao inheritance ground. If not for the suppression of the wills of many ancient mighty figures, Su Zimo would have been able to gain the upper hand instantly by releasing his blood chi and counterattacking with all his might. Back in Myriad Phenomenon City, even the God Race leader was suppressed by Su Zimo. It was clear how terrifying his body was. It was precisely because Di Yin knew all of this that he chose the venue of the challenge to be the Dao inheritance ground. Both parties clashed head-on. Su Zimo took half a step back and was disadvantaged. As a titular disciple, Dao being glass naturally did not give Su Zimo any time to catch his breath. He strode forward and swung his fist down viciously. Splash! His bloodline surged and his fist shone with a bedazzling rainbow luster. He had already pushed his strength to its limits. The two of them were extremely close to one another and it was already impossible for Su Zimo to draw his saber. Dao being glass was good at melee combat and would not give him the chance. Su Zimo propped up both arms and welcomed Dao being glass's punch. Bang! Another loud bang shook the ground. Both parties were merely clashing physically in melee combat, but the impact was even greater than the clash of dharmic art. Not to mention the nearby cultivators, even the cultivators in the distance were starting to notice the commotion and sped over. The rainbow-colored glass light on Dao being glass's fist shattered and spilled in all directions, illuminating the entire firmament in an unfathomable manner. Su Zimo retreated once more. This clash caused both his arms to feel numb and sore. If he could use his blood chi, he merely had to circulate his bloodline and that feeling would vanish instantly without affecting him at all. However, it was not possible in the Dao inheritance ground. Dao being glass's eyes flashed with mockery. Su Zimo, I have to admit that you're indeed strong and have unlimited potential. Dao being glass said slowly, however, you've challenged the dignity of Glass Palace time and time again. Do you really think that Glass Palace can be bullied like that? Look, it's the titular disciple of Glass Palace. Who's the one on the other end? The number 1 perfected lord, Su Zimo. Heavens, Su Zimo was ambushed by a titular disciple so quickly. From the looks of it, he will be killed before he even gets to meet Di Yin. More and more cultivators gathered over and discussed loudly. Dao being glass's tone was aggressive and his actions did not stop. With a loud shout, He lunged forward and hugged the air in front of his chest with both hands. His blood chi surged and he smashed down towards Suzimo as though he was moving a gigantic mountain-hugging fist. A huge shadow shrouded over and the pressure was suffocating. Unable to dodge, Suzimo could only stretch out his arms once more to defend by propping up his arms. Boom! This collision between flesh and bones was even more intense than a collision between metal. How were those bodies of flesh? The two of them were humanoid weapons. Many cultivators widened their mouths in shock. Bang! 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 Dao Being Glass relied on his surging blood chi and melee combat techniques to suppress Suzimo constantly without giving him any chance to catch his breath. Suzimo retreated continuously with a grim expression. Avoid reversion, Dao Being lamented, as expected of the number one monster incarnate in history. There's a major realm difference between the two of them and he can't use his bloodline. Yet, he managed to last so long against Dao Being Glass. However, the outcome is the same. Another person shook his head. If this continues, Suzimo won't be able to hold on for long. Among the surrounding cultivators, there was no lack of people with experience. They were right. Suzimo's arms were not the only ones that suffered consecutive head-on collisions with Dao Being Glass. At that moment, even his organs were shaken. If he continued fighting, he would definitely lose and might even die from the shock. As expected of a titular disciple, Dao Being Glass is able to attack in succession and maintain pressure in melee combat. No matter how many dharmic arts Suzimo has, he won't be able to release them in time. Suzimo has lost the initiative. It's even harder than ascending the heavens if he wants to salvage the situation against Dao Being Glass. Melee combat was extremely dangerous. Speed was of essence to both parties. If Suzimo wanted to release dharmic arts, he had to execute dharmic seals. However, that short period of time was enough for Dao Being Glass to kill him. All of a sudden, a flawless jade-green lotus platform suddenly flew out from Suzimo's glabella and smashed towards Dao Being Glass. Destiny Dharmic Weapon, Creation Green Lotus. The dharmic weapon was not in his storage bag and Suzimo only needed a single thought to send it out of his consciousness to kill his opponent. Fufu, I've long expected this. Dao Being Glass was not surprised at all. A rainbow beam of light shot out from his glabella and crashed towards the incoming Creation Green Lotus. It's the Rainbow Glass Pagoda. The Rainbow Glass Pagoda is also one of the top-grade Carnate dharmic weapons. I heard that it's extremely mysterious and has many dharmic arts that can be used for both offense and defense. A series of exclamations came from the crowd. Grade 5 Creation Green Lotus. Rainbow Glass Pagoda. The two dharmic weapons collided with a deafening bang. With the two dharmic weapons as the center, ripples of energy spread out one after another. Rainbow divine lights and green rays of light devoured one another and collided wildly. The surrounding cultivators only saw a blinding flash of light in front of them and instinctively closed their eyes. The two dharmic weapons collided in midair and paused for a moment before separating, transforming into a rainbow divine light and a green beam that fell to both sides. It was an even split. That's all you have. Dao Being Glass smirked and was about to mock him when Suzimo suddenly roared. Kill. Boom. It was as though thunder boomed in Dao Being Glass's ears. He shuddered. This was also because his physique was strong and he possessed tsunami blood. Despite being struck head-on by Thunderclap Kill, he was not injured and was merely stunned for a moment. If it was any other cultivator, they would have been severely injured or even killed by Suzimo's roar at this distance. Sound Domain Secret Skill. Suzimo was suppressed by Dao Being Glass in melee combat and could not even use any dharmic arts or secret skills. However, Sound Domain Secret Skills were instantaneous. Making use of the collision between the Creation Green Lotus and the Rainbow Glass Pagoda, Suzimo released his Sound Domain Secret Skill and counterattacked forcefully. Apart from the Sound Domain Secret Skill, he had another instantaneous secret skill, Visual Technique. Although the Illumination Dragon Eye was unable to be activated in the Dao Inheritance Ground, Suzimo could release the Illumination Sword formation. The 36 flying swords formed by the Illumination Stone were hidden in his right eye. At the same time that the Sound Domain Secret Skill was released, the The 36 flying swords shot out from Su Zimo's right eye and stabbed towards Dao Being Glass's face. Dao Being Glass had already forced Su Zimo to use all his trump cards without holding anything back. Chapter 998 Savage. Chapter 998 Savage. Glass Eye. Dao Being Glass reacted and released his eye technique as well. Instantly, his eyes shone with a mysterious luster, resembling two sparkling gems that were brighter than the stars in the night sky. 2 rainbow divine lights burst forth from his eyes and enveloped the 36 incoming flying sword. The 36 flying swords traveled through the rainbow divine lights at a slower speed, as though they were stuck in a swamp and could not move an inch. The might of the glass divine light was shocking, and even superior-grade dharmic weapons would be turned into scrap metal instantly if they were enveloped by it. Although the 36 flying swords were not dharmic weapons, they were conjured by the illumination stone. Even Dharma characteristic Dao Lords would not be able to corrode the illumination stone, let alone the glass divine light conjured by a void reversion. Su Zimo controlled his thoughts. The 36 flying swords stopped in their tracks and suddenly retreated. Rushing through the air, the sword scars left behind formed a terrifying sword formation. Clang! Clang! The illumination sword formation took shape and smashed forward viciously. Sheeing. The rainbow divine light was broken by the illumination sword formation, and the sword chi was extremely sharp. Suddenly, it exploded and entered Dao Being Glass's eyes. Ah! Dao Being Glass shrieked in pain at the sudden change. Fresh blood oozed from his eyes and he was blinded. The crowd fell into an uproar. Earlier on, Su Zimo was completely suppressed by Dao Being Glass. Nobody expected him to turn the tides in the blink of an eye. There was no way Su Zimo would let such an opportunity slip by as the illumination sword formation continued crushing towards Dao Being Glass's head. Let the body be like glass, transparent inside out and cleansed of impurities, turning indestructible. Although Dao Being Glass was blind, he calmed down immediately and chanted the mantra of the Glass Heart Sutra. Suddenly, a powerful force burst forth. Suddenly, his body was shrouded by a mysterious glow that was like glass, flawless and indestructible. Clang! The moment everything was completed, the illumination sword formation slashed down with an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. Dao Being Glass's head was still intact against the sharpness of the illumination sword formation. What was even more frightening was that the illumination sword formation was instantly destroyed by the rebound and could no longer be condensed. Even though he was blind, Dao Being Glass's combat strength was still extremely terrifying. However, after that exchange, Dao Being Glass's advantage was gone and Su Zimo gained the upper hand. Glass, you've lost. Su Zimo hollered and strode forward with a torrential aura. Extending his palm, he slapped Dao Being Glass's head. 1,000-ton finger. Dao Being Glass extended a finger and dharmic powers gushed out. His entire finger seemed to have turned into jade as it pierced towards Su Zimo's chest with immense strength. At the same time, his glabella shone and released a rainbow-colored spirit consciousness beam that pierced towards Su Zimo's glabella. It was an essence spirit secret skill. Even though Dao Being Glass was blinded, he could still battle by relying on his spirit consciousness. But now, even his essence spirit secret skill was released. It was clear that Dao Being Glass was in a frenzy and was willing to risk everything to kill Su Zimo. This is the true trump card of a void reversion. This is the difference of a single move. If Dao Being Glass had released his essence spirit secret skill earlier, he wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Now that he has even released his essence spirit secret skill, the outcome of this battle is about to be decided. Just as the crowd was discussing, Su Zimo's left wrist suddenly released a sacred Buddhist light that enveloped him. Mingwang prayer beads. The rainbow-colored glass beam struck the Buddha light. After a brief pause, the Buddhist light shattered. Of course, most of the power of the essence spirit secret skill was blocked by the Buddhist light as well. The remnant spirit consciousness surged into Su Zimo's consciousness and was sliced into pieces by the creation green lotus seeds, turning into nothingness. It's an essence spirit dharmic weapon. What essence spirit dharmic weapon can defend against a single essence spirit secret skill from a titular disciple? Su Zimo indeed possesses treasures from head to toe. Many cultivators looked at Su Zimo's left wrist with burning gazes. At that moment, Su Zimo was even more shocked. Back at the Thousand Crane Tea Party, even when the 5 void reversions joined forces and released their essence spirit secret skills, they could not injure him at all. But now, a single essence spirit secret skill was enough to shatter the barrier formed by the Mingwang prayer bead. If another essence spirit secret skill of the same power was used, it would be enough to threaten his essence spirit. This was the power of a titular disciple's spirit consciousness. If not for the Mingwang prayer beads and the creation green lotus seeds, he would have been killed with a single move. That was his greatest weakness right now. Without cultivating to void reversion realm, one could not condense an essence spirit secret skill and could only defend passively. Su Zimo was shocked. At that moment, Dao being glass was astounded. That essence spirit secret skill was a secret skill exclusive to Glass Palace and was extremely ferocious. Even void reversions of the same realm could be killed by it with ease, let alone a nascent soul. The reason why Dao being glass did not escape right away despite being blinded was because he waned to kill Su Zimo with this essence spirit secret skill. Even if he could not kill Su Zimo on the spot, he wanted to injure the latter severely. However, he had not expected that Su Zimo would receive his essence spirit secret skill and come out fine and dandy. At this point of the battle, Dao being glass harbored thoughts of retreating. However, Su Zimo would not give him the chance to escape. Dao being glass's 1,000-ton finger had already closed in. Su Zimo's eyes lit up as he clenched his right fist and clashed against the 1,000-ton finger. At the same time, he extended his left hand and placed it on Dao being glass's arm in a seemingly soft manner with a coil and a tremble. Bang! First, their fist and finger collided with a dull sound of defeat. Although Su Zimo's right hand managed to defend against the 1,000-ton finger, it was already mangled. If not for the divine phoenix bone, that palm might have been shattered by a single finger strike. This was the terror of a titular disciple. A centipede dies but never falls completely. Even if Dao being glass was blinded, the power he released was enough to threaten Su Zimo's life. The slightest mistake would result in death. After stabbing with the 1,000-ton finger, Dao being glass wanted to turn around and retreat. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo's left hand was already on his arm that he could not retract in time. A tremendous amount of power burst forth. His arm seemed to be twisted and torn by that power. Poof! The flesh on his arm exploded into a blood mist. Ah! Dao being glass could not help but let out another tragic cry. He felt as though his bones were about to be crushed by that strange power. Before he could react, Su Zimo grabbed his arm with both hands and lifted him up, swinging him in an arc in midair before smashing him into the ground. Boom! The ground quaked. Many cultivators felt their hearts skip a beat as their eyes twitched. Boom! Before anyone could react, Su Zimo grabbed Dao being glass's arm and pulled him out of the pit once more, smashing him to the other side. The cultivators widened their eyes in shock. To think that a titular disciple of Glass Palace would be reduced to such a state where he could not retaliate at all. Chapter 999, Slaying Glass. Chapter 999, Slaying Glass. Bang! 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 Su Zimo swung Dao being glass's body and smashed it around, creating a gigantic human-shaped pit on the ground with every single smash. Sand and stone flew everywhere as mud churned. Many cultivators felt their teeth ache at the sight of it. If it was them, their bodies would have been smashed into minced meat after a few smashes. But now, Dao being glass's body was still intact. However, it was battered and riddled with wounds. Su Zimo threw Dao being glass on the ground casually and strode forward, stomping down on his chest. Snap! Dao being glass's chest caved in slightly and his bones snapped. If it was any other body-tempered void refinement, Su Zimo's stomp would have penetrated his chest. However, Dao being glass was not fatally injured still. Instead, his tendons and bones were almost shattered by Su Zimo and he could not retaliate. Glass Palace is nothing much. Su Zimo looked down at Dao being glass and said coldly, "Even a titular disciple will have to be trampled beneath my feet." Foo-foo. Cough, cough. Dao being glass coughed out blood and faced Su Zimo with his already blind eyes, panting. "Su Zimo, let me go. There's still room for reconciliation between us." At this point, Dao being glass could no longer care about his dignity. Even though he knew that countless cultivators were watching him, he could only bow his head and beg for mercy in order to survive. Su Zimo's gaze was cold and he was unmoved as he shook his head. "The road to reconciliation between us has long been closed." When Glass Palace vented their anger on the mortals of the 13 cities of Yang country, Su Zimo was already at odds with Glass Palace. Furthermore, because of this, Su Hong passed away out of grief. Dao being Xian Yu had even crippled Su Zimo and forced him into the Dragon Burial Valley. Ever since then, Glass Palace had not given up on pursuing Su Zimo. Now that Su Zimo was in the Middle Continent, Glass Palace even sent their titular disciple to hunt him down. How were they going to reconcile after everything? How? Between Su Zimo and Glass Palace, only one side could survive. Of course, even the current Su Zimo was not qualified to go against Glass Palace. However, that would not stop him from trampling on Glass Palace's reputation and killing Dao being glass right here. Sensing Su Zimo's determination, Dao being glass suddenly turned flustered and grit his teeth. "Su Zimo, I'm a titular disciple of Glass Palace. If you dare kill a titular disciple, you will bring about deep troubles that you will not be able to handle." "Deep troubles?" A mocking look flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as he sneered, "Even if I pierce through the heavens, I have nothing to fear. Since I dare to come here, I'll kill all titular disciples I face." The cultivators were shocked. Kill all the titular disciples he faced. No one in history had ever dared to dream about something like that, let alone say it. The moment he said that, Su Zimo swiped his storage bag and took out a grayish-black mountain. One of the 7 unique treasures, the mystic magnet mountain. "Your body is strong," Su Zimo said murderously. "Let's see how strong it can be." The mystic magnet mountain expanded in Su Zimo's palm and blotted out the skies, forming a massive shadow above Dao being glass's head before crashing down. Boom! The mystic magnet mountain smashed violently into Dao being glass. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard and it was chilling. Without even looking, all the cultivators knew that Dao being glass's body was completely crippled. Phew! Before the mystic magnet mountain descended, a small golden humanoid had already escaped from Dao being glass's head at an extremely fast speed. It was his essence spirit. Unless it was absolutely necessary, cultivators would not abandon their bodies, let alone a body as strong as Dao being glass's. But now, he was cornered. "Su Zimo, I'll definitely take revenge for today." Dao being glass's essence spirit sped into the distance. Without his physical body, his essence spirit was extremely fast. He believed that Su Zimo would not be able to catch up with him given his speed. Su Zimo stood on the spot motionlessly. It was true that he could not catch up to Dao being glass's essence spirit with merely lightning escape and ethereal wings. However, there was no need for him to chase after it. Su Zimo conjured hand seals with both hands and looked at Dao being glass's essence spirit. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames as he hollered softly, "Rise." Suddenly, a wall of flames rose from the ground far away, emitting a scorching heat wave that blocked Dao being glass's path. "Ah!" Dao being glass's essence spirit shrieked and hurriedly stopped. He was fleeting at an extremely fast speed and almost smashed into it. If he had a physical body, he could have charged right through it. The power of that wall of flames would not have been able to injure him, but now, he was only left with his essence spirit. His essence spirit could feel waves of scorching pain from the heat wave of the wall of flames and its glow dimmed significantly. Once they made contact, it would definitely be incinerated. Dao being glass's essence spirit stopped in its tracks and wanted to escape. However, Su Zimo would not give him another chance. "Transform." Su Zimo hollered softly. Under countless gazes, the flames of the wall of flames gathered and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a gigantic python with wings and flames burning all over its body. It was extremely ferocious. Primordial divine beast, soaring serpent. This transformation was breathtaking. Legend has it that Dao Lord Extreme Fire was once the #1 in controlling fire. Seems like Su Zimo has already obtained his true inheritance. He should be in mighty figure extreme fire right now. That person's mastery of fire has already reached perfection. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. The primordial soaring serpent flapped its wings and flew forward. Its massive body enveloped the head of Dao Being Glass's essence spirit with a ferocious gaze. Dao Being Glass shrieked and turned to flee. The primordial soaring serpent opened its mouth and spat out a ball of blazing flames. Countless flames rained down from the skies and engulfed Dao Being Glass's essence spirit. Ah! 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 Dao Being Glass's essence spirit blazed with the raging flames. He struggled relentlessly in midair, but the flames on his body did not extinguish. The primordial soaring serpent glided over and devoured Dao Being Glass's essence spirit with its mouth wide open. The tragic cries stopped abruptly. The titular disciple of Glass Palace had fallen in the Dao inheritance ground. When they saw that, the cultivators remained silent for a long time with shock in their eyes. That was a titular disciple. They were considered as the strongest disciples of the various supersects who could kill existences above their level. Their future potentials were limitless. Everyone looked up to them. But now, a title disciple was still killed mercilessly by another cultivator. Furthermore, he was killed by a nascent soul. Is this the #1 monster incarnate of history? If this person grows up, who can stop him in the future? He probably won't have the chance to grow anymore. You have to know that there are a few more titular disciples waiting for him in the Dao inheritance ground. Also, don't forget that there's Dao Being Di Yin of Chaos Essence Sec. Chapter 1000 Walking into a Trap. Chapter 1000 Walking into a Trap. After killing Dao Being Glass, Suzimo's expression was grim and his heart stirred. Although this battle was short, it was extremely dangerous and was even more difficult than he had imagined. Dao Being Glass had almost forced out all his trump card. He had relied on the sound domain secret skill, eye technique and top-grade dharmic weapons such as the Creation Green Lotus and Mingwang prayer beads to barely win. Suzimo took out some external medicine and sprinkled it on his mangled right hand. If not for the divine phoenix bone, his right hand would have been shattered long ago. At that time, he might not have been the winner as well. Under normal circumstances, given Suzimo's physique's regeneration capabilities, the injury on his right hand should recover completely before long. However, his blood chi was suppressed and his regeneration capabilities were greatly reduced as well. He had no choice but to make use of some spirit herbs as supplements. The impact of the Dao inheritance ground on him was way too great. Suzimo had not seen Di Yin since they were at the Myriad Phenomenon City. However, he believed that Di Yin's strength was definitely above Dao Being Glass's. Even the physique and melee combat that Dao Being Glass was proudest of could not be compared to Di Yin. In that case, he had almost no chance of winning against Di Yin. Di Yin aside, the combat strength between the titular disciples was similar. If there was an additional titular disciple present, there was a high chance that he would have been the one who died. I have to reach the Three Tribulations domain as soon as possible. Suzimo felt a sense of danger and felt uneasy. It came like an adrenaline rush. He put away Dao Being Glass's storage bag and summoned the Creation Green Lotus. At the same time, he held the Rainbow Glass Pagoda in his palm and examined it for a moment. The Rainbow Glass Pagoda was a rare treasure to be able to fight against a Grade 5 Creation Green Lotus head-on without being disadvantaged. Unfortunately, that was Dao Being Glass's Destiny Dharmic weapon. Although he was already dead, the spirit consciousness imprint on the Destiny Dharmic weapon was still present. Suzimo tried controlling it, but there was no reaction. He had to erase the spirit consciousness imprint on it before he could turn the Rainbow Glass Pagoda into his own. This required a long time. Suzimo did not have the time for that in the Dao inheritance ground. He placed the Rainbow Glass Pagoda in his storage bag and sped through the crowd. The cultivators that were initially gathered there gradually dispersed. Before long, a streak of lightning flashed in the distance and arrived with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it had already descended. The person wore a dharmic robe and his body shone with crackling green lightning. His entire appearance was drowned by the lightning and was blurred. He wore a Dao crown on his head, cloud ascension boots and a purple gold belt around his waist as he looked around with a dignified expression. The sleeves of that person's robes were embroidered with the emblem of Zephyr Thunder Palace. Dawn. Right then, a strange sound echoed from afar, as though it could disrupt a cultivator's mind and bloodline. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the distant horizon with a wooden fish in his hands and walked over step by step. Dawn. The wooden fish sounded again. Although that person seemed to be extremely slow, he was already right in front of them the second time the wooden fish sounded. Bald head and monk robes. Monk Formless, you're here too. The cultivator, who was covered in green lightning, greeted the approaching monk. Patron Zephyr Thunder, how have you been? The monk holding the wooden fish lowered his gaze with a calm expression. If any other cultivator heard those words, they would definitely be shocked. The two titular disciples of Formless Monastery and Zephyr Thunder Palace were gathered here. Suddenly, both of their expressions changed and they looked over in unison. Right now, it was daytime. However, stars appeared in the distant firmaments one after another in a bedazzling manner. A figure strode over from beneath the starry skies. He wore a dark golden daoist robe and was bathed in starlight. His eyes were brighter than the stars in the skies and he had a faint smile on his face. Looking at the newcomer, Dao being Zephyr Thunder remarked indifferently, to think that the battle between Glass and Suzimo would alarm even you, Dao being Heavenly Dipper. The incomer was the titular disciple of Heavenly Dipper Sec. Unfortunately, you guys are already too late. Fufu, he. Suddenly, a burst of laughter sounded from the void. The sound was erratic and it was hard to tell if it was male or female. The strange thing was that this place was vast and spacious. Apart from the three of them, no other figure could be seen. The expressions of the three titular disciples present were unchanged, as though they had already sensed it. You're here for him too? Dao being Zephyr Thunder asked with a frown. Why? You don't want me to interfere? The voice asked instead mockingly. Glass was the one who wanted to show off and tried to kill Suzimo alone. In the end, he died. Is he really that strong? A playful look flashed through Dao being Heavenly Dipper's eyes as he asked with a smile. I heard that he's only at the nascent soul realm. He's very strong. Monk Formless suddenly spoke. If not for the fact that his demonic methods are suppressed in the Dao inheritance ground, none of us would be his match. Not necessarily. Dao being Heavenly Dipper shook his head and chuckled. As titular disciples, all of them were proud and arrogant. Furthermore, he had fought the Azura Yang Beichen to a draw previously. Formless words are not unreasonable. Dao being Zephyr Thunder said in a deep voice, if that's not the case, why did Di Yin choose this battlefield? That question silenced everyone instantly. There was only a single explanation for Di Yin's choice. Even he was wary of Suzimo in his peak condition. The reason why he chose the Dao inheritance ground was to restrict Suzimo's combat strength. After a long silence, Dao being Heavenly Dipper smiled and said to the void, even if that's the case, the combined strength of me, Zephyr Thunder and Formless is enough. No matter how strong Suzimo is, he won't be able to escape death. Is that so? The erratic voice sounded once more. I've received news that 3 titular disciples of the Fiend sects have entered the Dao inheritance ground. One of them happens to be Suzimo's best friend. If she joins forces with Suzimo, it won't be difficult for her to help him escape even if she can't defeat the 3 of you. Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other 2 fell silent. If Suzimo had a titular disciple by his side, things would indeed be troublesome. Their goal was to kill Suzimo, not defeat him. Don't worry, I don't want any of Suzimo's treasures. What I want is his life. The voice in the void sounded with a chilling killing intent that sent chills down one's spine. All right. Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other 2 exchanged glances and nodded. Hee. Right then, a sinister laughter sounded from deep underground. Boom. With a loud bang, a pale white palm appeared from the depths of the ground. Sand and rocks scattered and mud churned as a figure burrowed out from the ground. Since that's the case, wouldn't it be safer to have me around? The person was dressed in black robes and was as skinny as a matchstick. His face was pale and his eyes were sunken, looking like a fiend from hell. Malevolent earth. Tao being Zephyr Thunder frowned. Tao being Heavenly Dipper laughed. Su Zimo caused so many titular disciples to gather for his life. Seems like there's no doubt he's going to die. Where is that person now? How do we lure him out? Tao being Zephyr Thunder asked with a frown. The voice in the void sounded once more. This person is sentimental. I have a plan that can lure him into a trap. Chapter 1001 Without Hesitation. Chapter 1001 Without Hesitation. Su Zimo wanted to reach the Three Tribulations domain as soon as possible and sprinted without stopping. About 2 hours later, a gigantic frost region appeared on the distant horizon, connecting the heavens and the earth. Cold winds howled sharply within. A large number of cultivators lingered around the frost region. Every cultivator looked at the region in shock. Some of them had hesitant expressions, some of them stopped in their tracks, and some of them had already mustered their courage to charge in. However, the moment the person took half a step in, he let out a tragic cry and retreated. His thigh that took the step in was filled with injuries. However, the scariest thing was that the injuries had already frozen and not a single drop of blood flowed out. That person's leg was covered in frost and was frozen stiff. In the crowd, a cultivator sneered and pursed his lips. "Temph, you're overestimating yourself. Do you really think that the extreme Northian wind is something that everybody can endure? Fellow Daoist, may I ask what's the background of the extreme Northian wind?" A cultivator beside him asked. The person glanced at the cultivator beside him and cleared his throat before saying slowly, "There are many unknown places in Tianhuang mainland. Legend has it that the extreme north is one of them. Bone-piercing cold winds have been blowing in that place for 10,000 years, and there are glacier and snowy mountains everywhere. Even conjoint body mighty figures wouldn't dare to venture deep into that place. The extreme Northian wind is only the outermost wind of the extreme north region. Even so, it's shockingly powerful. You saw it for yourself just now. If that person had walked half a meter further, he would have died within. That's scary." The cultivator who asked the question felt his mouth cramp up and shuddered. The red lotus karma flame of the second stage is even more terrifying. It's triggered by a cultivator's own greed, anger, and obsession and ignites from within their bodies, burning their flesh, bones, essence chi, dharmic powers, and even their essence spirit. It's so painful that they would wish they were dead. Throughout history, there have been countless paragons who died in the red lotus karma flame. I heard that no one has been able to pass through the Three Tribulations domain since ancient times. What? Nobody? According to the seniors of my sect, there are indeed people who can survive the tribulations of wind and fire. However, none of them can survive the lightning tribulation of the third stage. I heard that the final lightning tribulation is also known as the Tao Heart Lightning Tribulation. If one's Tao heart is unstable, a single lightning tribulation can crush them into pieces. Standing not far away, Su Zimo listened to the discussions of the surrounding cultivators and gained a better understanding of the Three Tribulations domain. He took a deep breath and headed towards the Three Tribulations domain. Have you heard? The titular disciple of Glass Palace, Tao being glass, fought against Su Zimo and died. To think that Su Zimo would be able to kill a titular disciple despite being suppressed so badly. He's truly the #1 monster incarnate in history. It's useless. That person won't live for long. I heard that the titular disciples of Zephyr Thunder Palace, Formless Monastery, and Heavenly Dipper sect are already prepared to join forces to kill him. What's the use of that? Su Zimo isn't a fool. If he knows that they're joining forces, he can just avoid them. Fufu, you don't know about that, do you? The cultivator laughed. The titular disciple of Pure Maiden sect has already entered the Tao inheritance ground. She's close friends with Su Zimo and wanted to help him. However, she was captured by those 3 titular disciples who are waiting for him to walk right into their trap. Su Zimo had just arrived at the borders of the Three Tribulations domain and could not help but stop in his tracks when he heard the discussions. The titular disciple of Pure Maiden sect who is a close friend of mine. Could it be? Su Zimo frowned. He was already doomed for coming to the Tao inheritance ground to accept the challenge. At this moment, Anyone who dared to stand out and help him would definitely be in danger of dying. No matter how he thought about it, Demonis G was truly someone who would do something as foolish as that. The discussions continued. The titular disciple of Pure Maiden sect. You mean the Demonis of the Fiend sects? That's her. I heard that the 3 titular disciples only gave Su Zimo half a day. If they don't see him after half a day, they'll kill Dao being Pure Maiden. If I were Su Zimo, I definitely wouldn't go. Wouldn't that be equivalent to sending myself to my death? The moment he said that, a figure flashed before him. In the blink of an eye, someone had arrived beside him. What's the surname of the Dao being Pure Maiden that you guys mentioned? Su Zimo asked. The cultivator focused his gaze and saw that the person was dressed in green robes. His eyes were clear and he was handsome. Although he was only at the nascent soul realm, his tone was impolite. That person sneered and rolled his eyes, pursing his lips. Who do you think you are? Why should I tell you? All of a sudden, the person felt his body lighten as Su Zimo grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up. Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he said frostily, "Let me ask you again, what's the surname of Dao being Pure Maiden? If you don't tell me, I'll crush your throat." The person's throat was gripped and he could not exert any strength at all. His face flushed red as he glared at Su Zimo fiercely with a ferocious glint in his eyes. However, he gritted his teeth and remained silent. This person looks familiar, he seems to be Su Zimo. It's Su Zimo. Suddenly, an exclamation sounded from the crowd. Many cultivators had witnessed the 2 battles in the Dao inheritance ground and naturally recognized Su Zimo. Initially, the cultivator wanted to launch a spirit consciousness attack to kill this person. However, he was scared out of his wits when he heard the words Su Zimo. "I'll speak." The person tried his best to open his mouth and a few words popped out from the depths of his throat. "I heard, her surname is G." Su Zimo continued asking, "Where are they?" The person straightened his arm and pointed in a direction. Su Zimo tossed the person onto the ground and sped in that direction in a flash. There was no hesitation at all within Su Zimo when he heard that Demonis G was in danger. Even though he knew that the 3 titular disciples were waiting for him and it was a doomed trip, he had to do it. In reality, the wisest, safest and most advantageous decision for Su Zimo right now was to challenge the 3 tribulations domain. However, he knew nothing about the 3 tribulations domain, whereas Demonis G would die half a day later. Demonis G was also a titular disciple. There was a chance that Dao being Zephyr Thunder and the others would be wary of killing her because of that fact. However, Su Zimo did not dare to take the gamble. Even if there was a mountain of blades, a sea of flames, the gates of hell and the Yellow Springs Road in front of him, he had to charge forward head-on. For his sake, Demonis G risked tremendous danger to enter the Dao inheritance ground. No matter what, he had to ensure her safety without hesitation. If Su Zimo was afraid and did not dare to advance for the sake of his Dao, he would not be Su Zimo anymore. Hurry, follow him. There's definitely going to be an unparalleled battle. This time round, there's going to be an end to all the grudges. Many cultivators howled excitedly and followed behind Su Zimo, sprinting in his direction. Su Zimo's has gone over. In order to save the Pure Maiden of the Fiend sects, Su Zimo is going to fight against 3 titular disciples. As news spread one after another, more and more cultivators gathered over in a massive manner. Chapter 1002, A Chance. Chapter 1002, A Chance. Su Zimo was as fast as lightning as the wind howled in his ears. His black hair danced and killing intent surged in his eyes. Suddenly, he pulled out a jar of strong wine from his storage bag. As a scholar, he was not one who enjoyed drinking. His older brother, Su Hong, was a soldier who fought on the battlefield and loved strong wine the most. Therefore, he always kept a few jars of wine in his storage bag. At that moment, for some reason, he suddenly wanted to drink a jar of wine. Slapping open the mud seal, the fragrance of wine filled the air. Su Zimo picked up the wine jar and gulped it down. Some wine spilled from the corner of his mouth onto his chest, but he did not notice it. The fiery wine slid down his throat and into his stomach, turning into a scorching aura that surged through his body. Ha 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 ha. Su Zimo raised his head and laughed, throwing down the wine jar casually. Drunk, he shouted, good, good. Titular disciples? Di Yin. Let the battle begin. Su Zimo was filled with pride and his eyes lit up as he strode forward. Although the cold wind blew against his face, the blood in his body burned hotter. Before long, it was pitch black ahead. There were countless cultivators gathered there. Su Zimo flew through the air and looked down from above. He could see that in the middle of the crowd was a huge empty space that was sufficiently spacious. On the empty ground, there was a stone statue of a female cultivator. She had a slim figure, sharp shoulders, and a slender waist. Her brows were raised and she had a fairy-like appearance. Although it was only a stone statue, it was extremely lifelike with ripples beneath its feet, as though it was treading on the waves. It was graceful and elegant like a swimming dragon. It could be said to be peerless in terms of elegance. That stone statue was clearly an inheritance left behind by a mighty figure of an immortal sect. Beneath the stone statue stood a cultivator in a dark golden daoist robe. With one hand behind his back, he looked elegant and handsome with eyes that resembled stars as he gazed at the fairy stone statue with an infatuated expression. I really don't know what sort of a figure she was. To think that a mere legacy stone statue of hers would possess such grace. The cultivator murmured softly, it's truly a great regret to not be able to live in the same lifetime as such a fine woman. Su Zimo's gaze landed on the man's sleeves. It was the symbol of Heavenly Dipper sect. Dao being Heavenly Dipper, Su Zimo's gaze shifted. Opposite the person was a gigantic, smooth green stone. A monk in plain robes was sitting on it with his eyes half closed and his brows lowered. He held a wooden fish in his left hand and a wooden mallet in his right as he knocked repeatedly. Monk formless. There were two people standing between the two titular disciples. At the front was a girl in pink who was bound by a rope as thick as a finger. Her beautiful figure was perfectly outlined and she exuded a charming aura. The girl was beautiful and flawless. However, at that moment, the girl's eyes were watery and she looked like she was about to cry. The tears on her face had yet to dry and it made one feel pity for her. Demonis G. Su Zimo recognized her right away. Behind Demonis G stood another cultivator. He was tall and had a Dao crown on his head. Lightning crackled around his body and he had a dignified expression. Dao being Zephyr Thunder, all three of them were present. Hurry, look. Su Zimo is here. That man truly doesn't want his life anymore. To think that he would dare to come for the challenge. Could he have something going on with that pure maiden of the fiend sects? That's hard to say. Who knows? The number one monster incarnate in history might even be a servant of the pure maiden of the fiend sects, haha. Many cultivators in the crowd giggled softly. Zimo, leave quickly, don't bother about me. Demonis G shouted with an anxious expression. Dao being Zephyr Thunder appeared from behind Demonis G and said indifferently, since he's already here, he can't leave. Dao being Heavenly Dipper, who was initially looking up at the fairy stone statue, turned around slightly and looked at Su Zimo who was in midair. His eyes shone with a bedazzling starlight. Greetings, number one perfected lord. Dao being Heavenly Dipper smiled faintly. In the Dao inheritance ground, demons could not use their methods. However, Su Zimo had been cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness for a long time and his eyesight was strong. That was something that could not be changed. The starlight in Dao being Heavenly Dipper's eyes did not affect him at all. Even so, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he felt immense pressure. He was almost certain that Dao being Heavenly Dipper knew visual techniques. This was a simple test. If he could not even withstand such a test, Dao being Heavenly Dipper would have attacked long ago and killed him here. On the gigantic green stone, Monk Formless raised his head slowly and looked towards Su Zimo. Patron Su, I've heard a lot about you. Nice to meet you. Monk Formless' voice was calm and gentle, there was no hint of contention or killing intent. However, every single word contained a unique rhythm that made one uneasy and their blood chi chaotic. It was extremely terrifying. Although Su Zimo could not circulate his blood chi, Monk Formless' method of testing had almost no effect on him at all. He descended slowly on the empty ground expressionlessly. What an eye-opener. Su Zimo sneered coldly. So, the methods of titular disciples of the Immortal and Buddhist sects are that despicable. He was not the only one who thought that way. Most of the cultivators present had the same thought. Each of the 3 titular disciples was a renowned existence in the cultivation world. To think that they would resort to kidnapping the pure maiden of the fiend sects in order to kill a nascent soul-perfected lord. No matter how one looked at it, they were rather underhanded. Tao being Zephyr Thunder and Tao being Heavenly Dipper were speechless. Monk Formless shook his head. Patron Su, you're wrong. Since ancient times, immortals and fiends have never coexisted. As someone from the orthodox sects, it's only right for Patron Zephyr Thunder to slay demons and capture demonesses. How is that despicable? Slay demons? You lured me here to slay a demon, right? Su Zimo asked with a mocking expression. Monk Formless replied, Patron Su, you're quite an understanding person. If you're willing to lay down your butcher's knife and convert to Buddhism, I can spare your life. Master, you have a glib tongue. I wonder how strong your capabilities are. Su Zimo sneered and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Patron Su, feel free to try. Monk Formless looked calm and aloof, but his words were sharp and unyielding. Retrieving Heaven Splitter from his storage bag, Su Zimo looked at Tao being Zephyr Thunder and said in a deep voice, Release her and I'll accede to the end. Release her? Tao being Zephyr Thunder shook his head and said indifferently, You're not qualified to negotiate with us right now. Tao being Heavenly Dipper stood where he was and Monk Formless sat upright on the green stone without moving, watching everything calmly. Zimo, don't bother about me. Leave quickly. Demoness G begged with tears streaming down her face. How about this? I'll give you a chance. A hint of mockery flashed through Tao being Zephyr Thunder's eyes as he said with a fake smile, I'm standing right here. If you can rescue her from my hands, I'll give that to you. For real. Su Zimo focused his gaze. With so many cultivators present, I naturally won't go back on my words, Tao being Zephyr Thunder said indifferently. All right. Carrying Heaven Splitter, Su Zimo walked towards Tao being Zephyr Thunder slowly. The battle was about to begin. At that moment, the surrounding cultivators turned nervous. Almost no one noticed that Tao being Heavenly Dipper and Monk Formless did not seem nervous. Instead, there was a strange look in their eyes as though they were anticipating something. Chapter 1003 Real and Fake Demoness. Chapter 1003 Real and Fake Demoness. The positions of the 3 titular disciples were extremely particular. It was a triangular setup. When Su Zimo headed towards Tao being Zephyr Thunder, he was already inevitably surrounded by the 3 of them. As the distance between them shrank, the pressure on Su Zimo increased as well. Even back in Myriad Phenomenon City, he did not feel the same way when he faced the God and Rakshasa race. At that moment, his spirit perception was no longer of much use. That was because it was clear that the 3 titular disciples wanted to surround and kill him. Even if his spirit perception warned him repeatedly, he had to barge in to save Demoness G. However, for some reason, Su Zimo still felt that something was amiss. Therefore, he walked at an extremely slow speed with Heaven Splitter in his hands. He stared at Tao being Zephyr Thunder while pondering over what the issue was. Su Zimo and Tao being Zephyr Thunder were getting closer. 30 feet. 20 feet. Before long, they were less than 10 feet apart. At that distance, Su Zimo suddenly paused. His gaze landed on Demoness G's face. He finally understood what was wrong. It was not Tao being Zephyr Thunder, Tao being Heavenly Dipper or Monk Formless. It was Demoness G. Her pitilessly beautiful face, alluring figure and even her charming voice were identical to Demoness G's. However, the person before him did not possess Demoness G's charm that could bewitch everyone. Demoness G was born with a natural charm and was not pretentious at all. Every single word, action, and smile of hers was enough to bewitch all living beings. However, the charm of the person was only limited to her appearance. She was way inferior compared to Demoness G. More importantly, the warning from his spirit perception felt familiar. This was the feeling that appeared every time an assassin from Hidden Death Sect was about to strike. The identity of the person before him was clear. The assassin of Hidden Death Sect could change his appearance and disguise himself to confuse others. However, no matter what, he had not cultivated the secret skills of Pure Maiden Sect and could not carry forth the charm of the Pure Maiden of the Fiend Sects completely. He could only imitate in form and not in spirit. Of course, even so, he almost fooled Su Zimo. If the person in front of Su Zimo was a titular disciple of Hidden Death Sect, it would mean that the four of them were ganging up on him. "Zimo, watch out. She's fake." Suddenly, a cry sounded from the crowd. Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he no longer had any doubt. "Hidden Death, you're courting death." Su Zimo roared and slashed with his backhand, releasing the countercurrent saber intent towards the Demonis G before him. A look of panic flashed through the eyes of this Demonis G. He had not expected that his plan would fail at the final moment. His true identity was the titular disciple of Hidden Death Sect. Before long, Dao being Hidden Death calmed down. No matter what, Su Zimo had already fallen into their encirclement. Even though he failed in his assassination attempt, the latter would not be able to escape death. Dao being Hidden Death laughed tenderly. "Zimo, how can you bear to attack me?" Swash. In a flash, his figure swerved to the side and disappeared in front of everyone. Hidden Death Sect specialized in concealment and assassination. Now that his identity was exposed, there was no way he would choose to go head-on against Su Zimo, and his figure disappeared without a trace. This was also the most terrifying aspect of Hidden Death Sect. Disappearing was not equivalent to leaving. Rather, no one knew if he had left or if he was still lingering around. Nobody knew when he would attack either. This would cause immense mental pressure on cultivators, and they would have to be on high alert at all times. At the very least, they would have to split half of their attention to guard against the attacks of Hidden Death Sect cultivators. The crowd burst into an uproar upon the sight of that. The Pure Maiden of the Fiend Sects earlier on was a disguise by Dao being Hidden Death. Wasn't that way too realistic? She was exactly the same as the Demonis of the Fiend Sect. The legacy disciples of Hidden Death Sect are unfathomable and no one knows their true appearances. As a titular disciple of Hidden Death Sect, his methods are even more superb. In that case, there are actually 4 titular disciples ganging up on Su Zimo. Seems like the #1 monster incarnate of history is going to be buried here today. All the cultivators believed that no one would be able to withstand the combined attack of 4 titular disciples. Even Di Yin, who was the most famous now, would not be able to do it. The battlefield was ever-changing. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo took the initiative and Dao being Hidden Death vanished, leaving only Dao being Zephyr Thunder and Su Zimo facing one another. Crackle. Unknowingly, a gigantic hammer that shone with green lightning and revolved around a hurricane appeared in Dao being Zephyr Thunder's palm. Carnate Dharmic weapon, Zephyr Thunder hammer. Facing Su Zimo's incoming slash, Dao being Zephyr Thunder was not afraid at all. He strode forward as well and swung the Zephyr Thunder hammer against the incoming saber. All cultivators who used hammers specialized in body tempering. It was the same for Dao being Zephyr Thunder. He did not believe that Su Zimo would be able to fight against him head-on given the difference of a major cultivation realm between them coupled with the fact that the latter's blood chi was suppressed. Boom! Sparks flew everywhere as the saber and hammer collided. Dao being Zephyr Thunder's body shuddered as he felt a terrifying power surge into his body through the Zephyr Thunder hammer, as though it was trying to cut through his life force. Dharmic powers surged and blood chi surged. Instantly, Dao being Zephyr Thunder suppressed that power. At the same time, Dao being Heavenly Dipper and Monk Formless attacks arrive. "I heard that you also use sabers. Please guide me along." Dao being Heavenly Dipper wielded a saber that was filled with astral energy and slashed forward, scattering endless starlight as his saber intent descended. Su Zimo was fearless in a fight of saber techniques. His gaze was cold as he slashed with his backhand, slashing out layers of purgatory, engulfing the starlight that filled the skies as it descended towards Dao being Heavenly Dipper. Dong! All of a sudden, a sound that possessed a mysterious power echoed from the void and caused Su Zimo's heart to skip a beat. He paused in his actions. The purgatory saber intent that was just condensed dissipated instantly. Clang. The two sabers collided. Crushed by Dao being Heavenly Dipper's saber intent while losing his own, Suzimo grunted and staggered backwards. He swept his gaze across. He saw Monk Formless striding over, staring at Suzimo with a wooden fish in his left hand and a wooden mallet in his right. That strange and mysterious sound earlier on was the sound of Monk Formless striking the wooden fish. This was also a sound domain secret skill. However, this sound domain secret skill was even more terrifying. It could be released repeatedly with the help of a dharmic weapon. Crack. Lightning flashed before his eyes. Dao being Zephyr Thunder charged forward once more and swung his gigantic Zephyr Thunder hammer towards Suzimo's head. Suzimo gripped Heaven Splitter tightly and released the Purgatory Saber intent once more. Blood chi filled the air as it swept towards Dao being Zephyr Thunder. Dong. The sound of the wooden fish rang. Suzimo shuddered and the Purgatory Saber intent dissipated once more. Clang. At the same time, the Zephyr Thunder hammer and Heaven Splitter collided with an ear-piercing sound. Affected by the sound of the wooden fish, Suzimo's strength decreased and he was almost sent flying by Dao being Zephyr Thunder's hammer strike. Starlight scattered. Dao being Heavenly Dipper struck once more. Monk Formless extended his wooden mallet and struck towards Suzimo's head as well. The three titular disciples joined forces and did not give Suzimo any chance to catch his breath at all. It was as though they had worked together for many years and had a tacit understanding of one another, unleashing a torrential storm of attack. Instantly, Suzimo fell into an unprecedented danger. Chapter 1004, 5 Titular Disciples. Chapter 1004, 5 Titular Disciples. Against the combined forces of the 3 titular disciples, Suzimo's chest surged with pride with the help of his intoxication. He roared into the skies and gripped Heaven Splitter tightly before slashing forward. Not only did that slash unleash countercurrent, it even released the Purgatory Saber intent. The 2 great saber intents actually showed signs of fusing and engulfed Dao being Zephyr Thunder, Dao being Heavenly Dipper and Monk Formless. That man is truly ferocious. He can even fight back against the combined forces of 3 titular disciples. That's the number 1 perfected lord for you. Yi Tiancheng, perfected Lord Panglan, and the others did not die in vain. No wonder Di Yin chose this place as his battlefield. What would things be like if this was outside and that man could make use of his blood chi? The cultivators expressed shock on their faces as the thought crossed their mind. Stars encirclement of the moon, Dao being Heavenly Dipper waved the long saber in his hands and a gigantic starry sky appeared above the 4 of them. Countless stars shone brightly as though endless starlight was scattered right before their eyes. All the stars had appeared. As for the moon that was encircled, it was the saber slash produced by Dao being Heavenly Dipper. The slash formed a perfect arc in midair, crushing towards Suzimo like a crescent moon. Starlight filled the skies and the crescent moon shone even brighter with a cold killing intent. That saber intent was truly shocking. It was definitely not weaker than the Sea Calming Manual and Azura Saber. Tempest Hammer. Dao being Zephyr Thunder hollered and his dharmic hammer rumbled like thunder. A series of hurricanes appeared on his dharmic hammer with a terrifying might that swept towards Suzimo. The hurricanes howled and before they arrived, Suzimo's cheeks were already hurting. This was not even a true killing move. The body of the Zephyr Thunder hammer was completely hidden within the hurricanes. Be it through the naked eye or spirit consciousness, there was no trace of the Zephyr Thunder hammer at all. However, Suzimo was clear that the carnate dharmic weapon was already flying towards him. If he could not find the true body of the Zephyr Thunder hammer, no matter how strong his body was, his tendons and bones would be broken from the impact. This was the terror of a titular disciple. Suzimo might not be able to secure victory even against any one of them. Right now, the combined attack from 2 of them made him feel suffocated. Dong. At the same time, Monk Formless looked at Suzimo with a fake smile and knocked down the wooden fish in his hands once more. All 3 titular disciples were top-tier void reversions. Be it in terms of combat talent or experience, nobody could compare to them. Even though the three of them had never worked together before, their coordination was flawless. If Suzimo was affected by the sound of the wooden fish, the saber intent in his hands would disperse and he would be drowned by the two killing moves, Star's Encirclement of the Moon and Tempest Hammer, and die without a burial place. Suzimo had noticed Monk Formless' actions long ago. The moment the wooden mallet in his hands descended, he took a deep breath. Kill. Suzimo opened his mouth and let out a thunderous roar. Thunderclap kill. Although this sound domain secret skill did not have any dharmic weapons to augment it, it could minimize the impact of the wooden fish sound on him. Suzimo's saber intent was formed. Bang. Boom. Boom. A gigantic purgatory descended, separating the stars from the crescent moon. In the river of blood, many skeletons stood up and charged towards the crescent moon. Crack. 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 The two saber intents, Star's Encirclement of the Moon and Purgatory, collided repeatedly with a terrifying might. At the same time, the hurricanes descended. The Zephyr Thunder Hammer was hidden within the hurricanes, but Suzimo could not see it at all. Suzimo made up his mind and closed his eyes, completely relying on his spirit perception to capture the fleeting sensation. Time seemed to have slowed down. It was as though everything in the surrounding had stopped. While it seemed like 10,000 years had passed, in reality, everything was happening in the blink of an eye. Without warning, Suzimo suddenly slashed upwards against the currents, breaking through the layers of hurricanes to find the true body of the Zephyr Thunder Hammer hidden within. Clang! The saber and hammer collided with a loud bang. Both Suzimo and Dao being Zephyr Thunder shuddered. A look of disbelief flashed through Dao being Zephyr Thunder's eyes. To think that despite the encirclement of three titular disciples, the nascent soul before him could still defend against their combined attack. The three of them did not know the tremendous pressure that came from their encirclement was also the reason why Suzimo's potential was forced out. Right then, something weird happened. Suddenly, the ground beneath Suzimo's feet cracked and a skinny, pale palm reached out without warning and grabbed his ankle. A bone-chilling coldness spread from his ankle into his body, threatening to freeze his meridians, blood, and organs. Suzimo was shocked internally. There's someone else. Apart from Dao being Heavenly Dipper, Dao being Zephyr Thunder, Monk Formless and Dao being Hidden Death, there was another person who hid underground, concealed from his sensei. For Suzimo, the attack of this person at this moment was fatal. The cold chi invaded his body and caused his strength to dissipate. The purgatory and countercurrent saber intents swayed and showed signs of collapsing. Boom! The ground exploded as a pitch-black figure burrowed out from the ground with a sinister bone spear in his hands. He thrust it towards the back of Suzimo's head. Ah! The crowd burst into an uproar upon the sight of that. This person's timing was perfect. Suzimo's entire focus and strength were on defending against Dao being Zephyr Thunder, Dao being Heavenly Dipper and Monk Formless head-on. He had no strength left to defend against the killing move behind him. Furthermore, it was a killing blow that came without any warning. It's him. The titular disciple of Malevolent Earth sect of the Fiend sect. Another titular disciple has appeared and is also trying to kill Suzimo. Some cultivators recognized the black-robed cultivator and shouted. Right then, the void beside Suzimo distorted and a figure appeared mysteriously like a ghost. The figure wielded a sword and stabbed towards Suzimo's temple. Dao being Hidden Death had attacked as well. Instantly, all the cultivators present cried out in disbelief as shock slowly filled their widened eyes. In order to kill a nascent soul, 5 titular disciples of the cultivation world were mobilized. This was a treatment no one in history had received. Sigh, I wonder if it's his fortune or his sorrow. Some cultivators sighed in their hearts with emotional expressions. If the 5 titular disciples attacked at the same time, Suzimo would definitely die. At that moment, many cultivators felt pity for him when they saw that. This was the injustice of fate. Without a supersect as a backing, no matter how much of a monster incarnate he would still be killed and die. I believe that even if this person dies prematurely, he won't be quickly forgotten like the other paragons. A cultivator said softly, A monster incarnate like him that requires the joined forces of 5 titular disciples to kill will definitely be recorded in the books of history. Chapter 1005, Touching Words. Chapter 1005, Touching Words. Nobody could understand the feeling of being surrounded by 5 titular disciples. The pressure was suffocating, despairing, and ubiquitous. It was as though Susimo could sense that he was about to be torn into pieces the next moment and be destroyed in both body and spirit. He could even smell the aura of death and knew that he was falling into an endless abyss. At that moment, all his trump cards were useless. Even if he summoned the creation green lotus and the illumination sword formation, he would not be able to resolve the situation of certain death. Starlight scattered and pierced through the purgatory. The moon-like saber sliced the entire purgatory in half and landed heavily on Heaven Splitter. Hurricanes howled and the tempest hammer exploded once more, smashing against the saber. The saber and hammer descended at the same time and a terrifying power burst forth. Instantly, Susimo's palm was torn and blood gushed out. Unable to hold on to Heaven Splitter, it flew out of his hand. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time he had his weapon knocked out. This was only the beginning. Tao being malevolent Earth's bone spear and Tao being hidden death sword had already arrived. No matter how strong Susimo's physique was, even if he could use his blood chi, he would not be able to defend against the sharpness of a carnate Tao being dharmic weapon. In front of him, Tao being Heavenly Dipper smiled faintly and raised his chin slightly, looking down with a hint of pity in his eyes. Tao being Zephyr Thunder was expressionless as his gaze landed on the storage bag on Susimo's waist. He had to get his hands on the Purple Thunder manual. Monk Formless had a pitiful expression as he pressed his palms together, as though he was prepared to wait for Susimo to die and obtain his creation green lotus before sending him off through purification. At the brink of death, Susimo calmed down rapidly. Up till this point of the battle, his left hand had been empty and hovered around his waist the entire time. But now, his left hand suddenly gripped an unassuming jade pendant at his waist and crushed it. Piak! The jade pendant shattered and burst forth with a resplendent light. Instantly, Susimo was enveloped within it, forming a gigantic barrier. Boom! Tao being malevolent Earth's bone spear and Tao being hidden death sword collided against the light barrier almost at the same time with a loud bang. Instantly, Susimo was sent flying and fell to the side. Against the attacks of the 2 titular disciples, cracks appeared on the barrier and it dissipated quickly. Tao being Heavenly Dipper and the others narrowed their gazes. Protection dharmic weapon? As titular disciples, they recognized the origin of the light barrier right away. Protection dharmic weapons that could be carried around like accessories were the most precious and rare. They were prepared by supersects or conjoint body mighty figures for those closest to them. Although it looked inconspicuous, it could save a life at a critical moment. That protection dharmic weapon was the treasure given to him by Shangguanzi of Thousand Crane sect. Susimo felt a lingering fear in his heart. If not for that dharmic weapon, he would have died earlier on. Even with his scarlet-haired yin spirit and many methods such as his dragonification, nothing could have helped him at that moment. Of course, even so, Susimo was still injured. The protection dharmic weapon could defend against a full-powered attack from a void reversion. Although he managed to defend against the attacks of Tao being malevolent Earth and Tao being hidden death, Tao being Zephyr Thunder and Tao being Heavenly Dipper's powers had already broken through his defenses and surged into his body before he summoned his protection dharmic weapon. Susimo half knelt on the ground with a pale face and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Zimo, are you all right?" Right then, a fragrance wafted over and a pink figure appeared beside him. Susimo glanced sideways. The girl before him possessed an innate charm. She pursed her lips tightly and tears welled up in her eyes, filled with worry and heartache. Demonis G. The girl before him was the true Demonis G. The moment before they exchanged blows, a voice sounded from the crowd, reminding him to be careful. Susimo had already guessed that Demonis G was really here. Although he had fallen into the trap of the 5 titular disciples, Tao being Heavenly Dipper and the others did not lie to him on this matter. Fufu, ha 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 ha. Su Zimo's lips were stained with blood as he looked at the girl beside him. Suddenly, he could not help but laugh, unable to conceal the joy in his eyes. What are you laughing at? He was already surrounded by 5 titular disciples and it was impossible for him to escape. Demoness G was so worried that she was about to cry. You fool. She thumped Su Zimo on the shoulders gently and said with a sobbing tone, You've been tricked. You shouldn't have come. Apart from worry, Demoness G also felt endless self-blame. If she had appeared earlier and stopped Su Zimo before he arrived, things would not have turned out this way. It's not a bad thing either. Su Zimo smiled. At least, you're safe and sound. Demoness G was stunned. The tears in her eyes could no longer be controlled and fell like crystal beads, wetting her clothes. She was a little dazed as she looked at Su Zimo's smiling face. Even though the person in front of him was deceived by the 5 titular disciples and was in a dire situation, the reason why he could still smile so happily was because she was safe. However, the price was too great. A tender look flashed through Demoness G's eyes as she whispered, Those are the most touching words of love I've ever heard. Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other 3 were relaxed and in no hurry. Even if Su Zimo managed to survive with his protection dharmic weapon, he was already injured. Furthermore, Su Zimo could not escape from the 5 of them. Dao being hidden death's figure flickered and disappeared once more. With an expressionless face and a cold expression, Dao being malevolent earth looked at Demoness G and said slowly, as someone of the fiend sects, let me remind you out of goodwill that it's best for you to stay away from here. Otherwise, if a huge battle breaks out and you die because of it, there will be no one left in your pure maiden sect. Rising slowly, Su Zimo looked at Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the others with a lightning-sharp gaze. Heaven Splitter had already fallen to the side. Su Zimo's glabella shone and he summoned the creation Green Lotus. Looking at the flawless Green Lotus platform that was spinning slowly in midair, Monk Formless eyes rippled. Holding the creation Green Lotus in his left hand, Su Zimo sent a voice transmission to Demoness G, leave this place first. The 5 of them won't be able to trap me. If he was in Tianhuang mainland, the 5 titular disciples would not be able to trap him indeed. As long as he released Blood Escape, even Dharma characteristic Dao lords might not be able to catch up to him. However, this was the Dao inheritance ground and his Blood Escape technique could not be activated. The reason why he said that was because he wanted Demoness G to leave this place and escape from the dangers. For real. Demoness G's heart skipped a beat as hope shone in her eyes. She knew Su Zimo's capabilities and it was not impossible for him to escape the pursuit of 5 titular disciples. Hurry and go. Su Zimo sent a voice transmission. As long as you leave, I'll be able to fight with my full strength and retreat at any time. If I want to leave, who can stop me? All right. Demoness G believed him and grit her teeth, wiping away the tears on her face before turning to leave. Chapter 1006, Malevolent Earthblood. Chapter 1006, Malevolent Earthblood. Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other 5 titular disciples did not stop Demoness G from leaving. It was better to have less trouble. Furthermore, Demoness G was someone of the fiend sects and there were already 2 of them among the 5 titular disciples. There was no need for them to make enemies. Their only goal was to kill Su Zimo and split his treasures. That's enough. Dao being Heavenly Dipper clapped and smiled. The beauty has left and you can die now. Haha. Su Zimo grinned and his eyes shone with a ferocious glint as he said coldly, I'm not a match for the 5 of you together. However, it's not impossible for me to drag one of you down with me before I die. Phoo. Dao being Heavenly Dipper shook his head and chuckled. Su Zimo, you're too naive. If you had advanced to the Void Reversion Realm, you might have had the right to say that. But now, you're far from it. Stop wasting our breath on him. Dao being Malevolent Earth said, the commotion here is so huge that Di Yin might be rushing over. At that time, we'll have to split a portion of his treasures. At the mention of Di Yin, a hint of fear flashed through the eyes of the other 4. Compared to the 4 of them, Di Yin could only be considered as a rising newcomer. However, in recent years, he was already showing signs of surpassing them. At the very least, none of them were willing to go against Di Yin. The four of them spread out and headed towards Suzimo, gradually forming an encirclement. Once the four of them surrounded him, Suzimo would be attacked from both sides. At that thought, Suzimo's body swayed and he was the first to attack, charging towards Tao being malevolent earth at the side. Oh! Tao being malevolent earth's gaze turned cold as he sneered, to think that I would be the first to be attacked. Do you think I'm the easiest to provoke? Pshoo! 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 He waved his bone spear and conjured a series of spear shadows in midair. The air was filled with a malevolent aura that was as black as ink. One after another, malevolent ghost faces appeared in midair and lunged towards Suzimo. Dong! Monk Formless lowered his gaze and knocked on the wooden fish once more. Om! Suzimo chanted Sanskrit to dispel the dharmic sound of the wooden fish while he conjured a seal with his right hand and released the fiend suppression seal at the same time. Boom! In the firmaments, a gigantic golden palm appeared and crushed down towards Tao being malevolent earth. The fiend suppression seal was the most effective against fiend cultivators. When Monk Formless saw that the sound of his wooden fish was useless against Suzimo, he swung the wooden mallet in his hands and it expanded rapidly, smashing towards the latter's head. Clear your mind. Monk Formless chided softly. Heaven Splitter had already been sent flying by the collision earlier on and its connection was lost. Suzimo did not dare to release the creation green lotus and kept it in his palm. When he saw the mallet coming at him, Suzimo raised the creation green lotus with a reverse grip. It let out rays of resplendent light, colliding against the mallet. Swash! Tao being Heavenly Dipper arrived beside Suzimo and with a flick of his wrist, his saber slashed down. Accompanied by endless starlight, astral chi filled the air in a terrifying manner. Oh! Oh! Hurricanes howled. Tao being Zephyr Thunder swung his Zephyr Thunder hammer and smashed down on Suzimo's head with gusts of hurricanes. The moment Suzimo released the fiend suppression seal with his right hand, he slapped his storage bag and pulled out a dark grey mountain before tossing it behind him. It was the ancient unique treasure, the mystic magnet mountain. The mystic magnet mountain expanded against the wind and shielded Suzimo from the back, exuding a powerful suction force. The suction force did not affect Tao being malevolent earth's bone spear or Monk Formless wooden fish at all. However, it had a huge impact on Tao being Heavenly Dipper's saber and Tao being Zephyr Thunder's Zephyr Thunder hammer. That was also the reason why Suzimo attacked Tao being malevolent earth and Monk Formless right away. In order to survive in this situation, he had to expand his advantage to the extreme without any mistakes. Swoosh! The suction force of the mystic magnet mountain was immense. Tao being Heavenly Dipper frowned. Although he gripped the saber in his hands tightly with immense strength, the saber still deviated from its original trajectory uncontrollably. The saber intent could no longer be condensed and dissipated quickly. On the other side, Tao being Zephyr Thunder's situation was similar as well. His charge was extremely ferocious. In the end, he was pulled by the mystic magnet mountain and could not hold himself back. The Zephyr Thunder hammer carried his body and smashed into the mystic magnet mountain. Boom! Tao being Zephyr Thunder's body shuddered and his mind buzzed from the shock. Even his teeth were starting to loosen. Although he was not injured from that blow, he felt extremely terrible. Tao being Heavenly Dipper frowned. He controlled his saber and tried his best to prevent it from being sucked towards the mystic magnet mountain. However, he was of no threat to Suzimo if this stalemate continued. That was the power of the unique treasures. They could play an extremely miraculous role at critical moment. At the same time, a direct clash had already erupted. In midair, the golden palm collided with the Tao being malevolent earth's bone spear and a huge hole was created. The palm was also corroded by the malevolent earth chi. However, Tao being malevolent earth had expended a lot of energy in this fight as well. On the other side, the creation green lotus collided with the mallet. The green lotus emitted an incomparable glow as though it was the most beautiful treasure in the world. Ooh! Monk Formless grunted and retreated. Although he was at the void reversion realm, he was still at a disadvantage in melee combat against Suzimo who was wielding the creation green lotus. Tao being malevolent earth's figure flashed and he circled behind Suzimo. Suddenly, he took out a pitch-black gourd from his storage bag and opened the cork, tossing the black gourd into the air. Swoosh! Endless fresh blood spilled from the black gourd. The blood had already turned black and gave off a foul stench. It was as though there were countless vengeful spirits and evil ghosts howling. The black blood splattered on the mystic magnet mountain. Buzz! Buzz! Black smoke billowed from the mystic magnet mountain as though it was corroded. The light of the mystic magnet mountain dimmed rapidly. Malevolent earth blood? Susimo's gaze turned cold. Back at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, he had browsed through countless ancient books. There were records of the malevolent earth blood. The malevolent earth blood required the blood of young ladies to be brewed and infused with malevolent earth chi. Thereafter, the young ladies would be killed and their souls would be infused within. It was extremely savage. The more dead souls there were, the more powerful the malevolent earth blood would be. Malevolent earth blood was specifically used to destroy dharmic weapons. Legend has it that a fiend of the fiend sects once refined malevolent earth blood so strong that a single drop was enough to cripple a dharmic treasure. Although the malevolent earth blood before him was not at that level, it caused the mystic magnet mountain to be soiled with endless tainted souls and temporarily lose the power of magnetism. "You're knowledgeable, I'll give that to you." Tao being malevolent earth harumphed coldly. "I was long prepared to deal with you." His malevolent earth blood was meant to counter Susimo's mystic magnet mountain. With the mystic magnet mountain damaged, Tao being Heavenly Dipper and Tao being Zephyr Thunder were relieved instantly and attacked Susimo at the same time. At the same time, Monk Formless and Malevolent Earth Tao being attacked once more. Instantly, things changed on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, Susimo was already surrounded by 4 titular disciples and was in a perilous situation. In an invisible corner, there was even an extremely terrifying assassin hiding. He had retracted his killing intent and was waiting for an opportunity to strike. It was fine if he did not attack. Once he did, it would definitely be a killing blow. Chapter 1007, Nightmare. Chapter 1007, Nightmare. The saber beam descended. At the same time Tao being Heavenly Dipper released his terrifying saber intent, he clenched his left hand into a fist and released his sect's secret skill, hollering softly, "Heavenly Dipper Fist." Stars suddenly appeared in the firmaments and spun slowly, scattering down streams of starlight that gathered on Tao being Heavenly Dipper's fist. Tao being Heavenly Dipper's fist seemed to have transformed into a gigantic star. His saber intent and secret skill descended at the same time. Tao being Heavenly Dipper did not wish to delay any longer and had already used his full strength. "Get lost." Susimo's eyes shone with a cold glint as he used his fingers like a sword and slashed in the direction of Tao being Heavenly Dipper. Kai. A bedazzling sword beam burst forth, creating a vast expanse of white. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. The power released by the sword chi caused the constellations in the skies to turn into a mess. They collided and fell one after another. The Heavenly Dipper fist was broken by the heaven-slaying sword art halfway through. Tao being Heavenly Dipper's expression changed. As a titular disciple, he could naturally sense the power of the sword art. The saber intent collided with it. It was completely silent. His saber intent was sliced into 2 by the white sword chi and dissipated instantly. Tao being Heavenly Dipper burst forth with his blood chi and dharmic powers surged within him as he wielded his saber with both hands and slashed at the incoming sword chi. Clang! The sword chi collided with the saber and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The sword chi finally dissipated. As for Tao being Heavenly Dipper, he retreated a step back with a hint of fear in his eyes. That sword chi was way too terrifying. It broke through his saber intent, secret skill and collided head-on with his physical body and blood chi before dissipating. If Susimo were to advance to the void reversion realm, the might of the sword chi would increase by several folds. At that time, no one would dare to take it head-on. Just as Susimo released the heaven-slaying sword art and forced Tao being Heavenly Dipper to retreat, the shadow of a hammer hovered in the air and howled. Susimo's eyes flashed with lightning as he conjured hand seals repeatedly. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the skies. Dark clouds pressed down like lead. Purple thunderstorm. Su Zimo pointed in Dao being Zephyr Thunder's direction. Streaks of purple thunderbolt rained down from the dark clouds, connecting the firmaments to the earth. They weaved endlessly to form a terrifying purple thunderstorm. The thunderstorm engulfed Dao being Zephyr Thunder instantly. This was supposed to be a supreme cultivation technique of our Zephyr Thunder Palace. Dao being Zephyr Thunder was enraged as streaks of green lightning burst forth from his body. Waving his hammer, he howled in the purple thunderstorm. An evil wind blew behind him. A dense cluster of flying swords the size of steel needles appeared in Su Zimo's right eye. Turning around, he looked towards Dao being Malevolent Earth. Pshoo! 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 36 flying swords tore through the air, leaving streaks of sword chi in midair. They formed the Illumination Sword formation and collided against the incoming bone spear. Boom! With a loud bang, the sword formation dissipated and the 36 flying swords returned to Su Zimo's right eye. Monk Formless Mallet descended. Su Zimo lifted the creation green lotus and welcomed it. At the same time, a phantom-like figure suddenly appeared behind him and stabbed at the back of his head. Dao being Hidden Death attacked. Su Zimo supported the lotus with his left hand. While defending against Monk Formless, he twisted his body and reached out with his right hand to grab the sword behind him. Boom! The creation green lotus blocked the mallet once more. With his right hand, Su Zimo grabbed the sword in his palm. You must have a death wish. Dao being Hidden Death's sword spun and sliced the flesh on Su Zimo's right hand. However, the sword could not cut further beyond the flesh. The divine phoenix bone, even the Dharma treasures of conjoint bodies might not be able to damage it, let alone a carnate Dao being Dharmic weapon. Su Zimo's right hand coiled, trembled and pulled. The killing move of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness burst forth. Dao being Hidden Death could not hold on to his sword and it was pulled over by Su Zimo's right hand. The crowd burst into an uproar upon the sight of that. Against the ferocious attacks of the 5 titular disciples, Su Zimo could still retaliate and snatch Dao being Hidden Death's weapon with his bare hand. Earth Malevolent Finger. Dao being Malevolent Earth released his sect's secret skill and a finger formed from black chi. It was shrouded in a malevolent aura and charged towards Su Zimo. A ferocious glint flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. He did not dodge or avoid the malevolent earth finger and instead used the sword like a saber. With a backhand slash, he cut towards Dao being Hidden Death who had yet to retreat. This was a gamble with his life. He wanted to kill Dao being Hidden Death even if he had to risk being struck by the malevolent earth finger. A flash of blood appeared. Dao being Hidden Death shrieked and retreated rapidly. A wound appeared on his body and he disappeared into the void once more. A look of pity flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. In the end, he was still lacking. Dao being Hidden Death was a titular disciple after all. Even though his combat strength was inferior to other titular disciples, his escape methods were not inferior at all. At the same time, the malevolent earth finger struck Su Zimo's chest heavily and sent him flying. The 5 titular disciples did not give Su Zimo any breathing room at all. If it was during normal times, he would be able to gain the upper hand with every single one of his trump cards and even find an opportunity to kill his opponents. But now, when he released his dharmic arts, sword and visual techniques, he could only defend forcibly. In the end, he was still injured by the malevolent earth finger. Although he was wearing the perfect grade dharmic weapon inner armor, it could not completely block out the power of the malevolent earth finger. Quite a bit of remnant power surged into his body and his organs were severely shaken. Su Zimo held the sword that he snatched from Dao being Hidden Death with his right hand and pushed against the ground. He spat out another mouthful of blood and his face turned paler. In just 2 rounds, he had exhausted all his trump card. As for the 5 titular disciples, they were almost unaffected. Dao being Hidden Death was the only one injured by his sword and it wasn't even a fatal attack. Even if Dao being Hidden Death did not attack, Su Zimo would definitely die if Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other 4 titular disciples were to launch another wave of attack. Su Zimo, you've lost. Dao being Heavenly Dipper looked at Su Zimo without any pity. Tao being Zephyr Thunder said indifferently, "It's a worthy death for you to be killed by the combined efforts of 5 of us titular disciples." Sigh. Monk Formless sighed gently. "Patron Su, I've given you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't take it." Although the 4 titular disciples seemed to be lamenting, there was a sense of superiority in their words. Su Zimo's black hair fluttered and his face was pale. The blood at the corner of his mouth was not dried and he looked like he was in an extremely terrible condition. However, his eyes were still bright and clear. "Foo-foo." Su Zimo chuckled. "Aren't you smug? The 5 of you titular disciples sure feel proud that you have to join forces to kill a nascent soul in the Tao inheritance ground." The smile on Tao being Heavenly Dipper's face gradually disappeared. The expressions of Tao being Zephyr Thunder and the others darkened as well. Pointing at Monk Formless and the other 3, Su Zimo laughed maniacally. "Even the 5 of you are befitting to be titular disciples? How laughable. How ridiculous. Even though you guys have the upper hand right now, you guys are filled with fear and dread internally. You're afraid of me escaping and growing further. As long as I'm alive, I'll always be a nightmare for the 5 of you." Su Zimo's words struck right to the core and were even more terrifying than divine weapons. The Tao hearts of the 5 of them wavered. "Kill him." Unable to hold it in any longer, Tao being Malevolent Earth leaped up and charged towards Su Zimo. Chapter 1008, Tao being Dharpamkara. Chapter 1008, Tao being Dharpamkara. Right then, an unusual commotion broke out in the crowd. "Die, fiend." Suddenly, a cultivator stood out and charged towards Tao being Malevolent Earth. "Kill. Kill the fiend." Figures appeared one after another, all void reversions. As though they had lost their minds, they charged towards Tao being Malevolent Earth like madmen. Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. Were these cultivators merely upset over the injustice or did they have some personal feud with Tao being Malevolent Earth? A void reversion charged forward and his blood chi burst forth. With a flick of his wrist, his sword drew dozens of sword flowers in midair that floated towards Tao being Malevolent Earth. Poof! Tao being Malevolent Earth raised his bone spear and stabbed with it in reverse, tearing through the layers of sword flowers as though they were dried weeds, creating a huge bloody hole in the man's body. A malevolent aura surged from the bone spear and surged into the spirit platform of the man. His essence spirit was destroyed right away. 2 more void reversions charged forward. Tao being Malevolent Earth waved his bone spear and stabbed the 2 of them through the heart with just 2 moves. "A bunch of ants." He sneered. Poof, poof, poof. In high spirits, Tao being Malevolent Earth charged into the crowd and killed more than 10 cultivators. More than 10 corpses hung on the bone spear, dripping with blood in a frightening manner. The battle between Su Zimo and the 5 titular disciples seemed like it was back and forth. However, in reality, most void reversions would not last more than 3 moves against the titular disciples. If those cultivators charged forward, they would be courting death. Many more cultivators charged forward as though they had lost their minds. Tao being Malevolent Earth was not the only one targeted. Tao being Heavenly Dipper, Tao being Zephyr Thunder and Monk Formless were attacked as well. The status of a titular disciple was not something that anyone with a forgiving nature could attain. The 3 of them attacked decisively and corpses filled the ground beneath their feet in no time. The crowd was in chaos and countless cultivators retreated as though they were hiding from something. Su Zimo focused his gaze and finally noticed something. A pink figure walked through the crowd and was releasing the bewitchment technique of Pure Maiden sect to the void reversions present. Cultivators with weak minds and unstable Tao hearts would be bewitched very quickly and charge towards Tao being Malevolent Earth and the others like madmen. "Demonis G." She did not leave at all. "Kill." Demonis G murmured repeatedly in a soft voice, "Go forth and kill those titular disciples. Your names will spread throughout the world and you'll obtain countless treasures. You'll replace them and become new titular disciples." Demonis G's eyes, appearance, voice and physique were filled with all sorts of temptations, causing one to fall head over heels for her and be driven by her instinctively. However, it did not take long for the remaining cultivators to react. When they saw Demonis G walking over, They retreated hurriedly, avoiding her like the plague. In the end, Demonis G was the only one left standing on the spot with no one else around. Forget it. Su Zimo smiled. Don't involve anyone else. They will just be sending themselves to die if they come over. Demonis G looked at Su Zimo and shook her head. I don't care. Their lives have nothing to do with me. I only want you to live. Upon hearing that, countless cultivators hid far away and cursed, as expected of a demoness of the fiend sects. How inhumane. If there's a chance, I'll definitely capture her alive and toy with her properly so that she can witness my prowess. The cultivators only dared to curse from afar and did not dare to advance. Even though Demonis G was only at the early stage void reversion realm, she was a titular disciple as well and had even entered the human emperor's palace before, receiving guidance from Fairy Ling Long. Ordinary void reversions could not defend against her charms. Zimo, even if nobody will help you, I'll stay with you. Demonis G walked towards Su Zimo step by step firmly with conviction. There was no hesitation or fear in her eyes. Looking at Demonis G who was walking over, Su Zimo's mind flashed with the image of the figure that shielded him beneath the human emperor's palace. The two figures gradually fused into one. Su Zimo sighed. Why are you doing this? That's because you're my tripod. Demonis G came to Su Zimo's side and smiled, as though she had reverted to her usual cheeky self of a quirky young maiden. Su Zimo had heard Demonis G mention the tripod multiple times. However, even now, he did not know what it meant to be a tripod of the pure maiden sect. He only knew that 100 years ago, this young lady was the one who shielded him without reservations beneath the human emperor's palace and did not retreat at all. 100 years later, this was still the same young lady that was standing shoulder to shoulder with him in the Dao inheritance ground and never left. Demonis G, we want that person dead for sure. Dao being malevolent earth said coldly, I've been persuading you repeatedly because you're someone of the fiend sects. Don't be ungrateful. None of your business. Rolling her eyes, Demonis G hugged Su Zimo's arm with one hand and whispered, Zimo, don't let me down. You have to escape alive. Su Zimo was confused by her statement that made no sense, but Demonis G did not continue. Not far away, a monk strode through the crowd. At that moment, the surrounding cultivators had already retreated far away, afraid that they would be bewitched by Demonis G. However, the monk walked towards the battlefield on his own accord, thus looking extremely striking. Demonis G did not think too much about it. When she caught sight of someone walking over from the corner of her eye, she used her bewitching voice once more. Monk, there are fiends over there that kill without batting an eyelid. Monk, please take action and suppress them. That's why I'm here. The monk pressed his palms together and replied. Hey! The monk's voice was clear and calm. It was clear that he was not bewitched by her. When Demonis G heard that, she could not help but turn over. When Su Zimo heard that voice, his heart skipped a beat and he turned around as well. The monk was none other than Ming Zhan, who had once lived with Su Zimo for 20 years at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Ever since Ming Zhan joined Dharpamkara Monastery in Myriad Phenomenon City, it had been more than 100 years since they parted ways. Ming Zhan was already at early stage void reversion realm. His comprehension of Buddhism was extremely high. Coupled with his pure heart and the backing of a super sect like Dharpamkara Monastery that possessed endless resources, it was not surprising that he could reach the void reversion realm in 100 years. To think that apart from Demonis G, Ming Zhan had also entered the Dao inheritance ground. A warm feeling flowed through Su Zimo's heart. He was not alone. You're the little monk who joined Dharpamkara Monastery 100 years ago? Monk Formless frowned slightly and asked. My Dao title right now is Dharpamkara. Ming Zhan replied calmly. The Dao title, Dapamara, meant that Ming Zhan had already become a titular disciple of Dharpamkara Monastery. Dao being malevolent earth frowned. Including Demonis G and Ming Zhan, it meant that two titular disciples were on Su Zimo's side. The situation that could have been easily resolved was now slightly troublesome. This Su Zimo is truly not fated to die. To think that he would have two titular disciples helping him, it's useless. The two of them have just entered the void reversion realm. Although they are also titular disciples, they have yet to form their Tao hearts and are no match for Tao being Heavenly Dipper and the others in terms of combat strength. The most they can do is to delay the inevitable outcome. Some cultivators were sharp and analyzed the situation clearly and logically. Chapter 1009, Damaged Essence Spirit. Chapter 1009, Damaged Essence Spirit. Su Zimo straightened his body slowly as the flames of war reignited in his eyes. At that moment, he would not leave even if Demoness Ji and Ming Zhen were to leave. Right now, there was only a single way to resolve the situation. He had to kill his way out. Sensing Su Zimo's fighting spirit, Tao being Heavenly Dipper smiled gently and remarked leisurely, "Interesting. To think that you haven't given up. Leave this little monk to me." Monk Formless said indifferently, "I can conveniently discuss Buddhism with him as well." Tao being Malevolent Earth said coldly, "I'll take care of Demoness Ji. The three of you kill Su Zimo as soon as possible. Don't forget to share the treasures with me." A sword appeared in Demoness Ji's hands. A green lantern suddenly flew out from Ming Zhen's glabella. A tiny flame burned on the green lantern. It was the size of a pinky and flickered, as though it could extinguish at any moment. When he saw the green lantern, there was a clear hint of fear in the depths of Monk Formless' eyes. "Dong." Monk Formless struck his wooden fish first. Ming Zhen's expression was unchanged as he spoke in Sanskrit. He had once cultivated the Daming True Sutra at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley and the sound of the wooden fish did not affect him much. Formless Dharmic Seal. Monk Formless conjured hand seals and released a gigantic Dharmic seal that smashed towards Ming Zhen. Su Zimo had seen void reversion monks of Formless Monastery release this Dharmic seal before. However, its power was worlds apart from what Monk Formless could release. Ming Zhen was fearless as he gripped the green lantern and conjured hand seals, exhaling gently at the flames on the lantern. Swoosh! The flames on the green lantern intensified and burned towards the formless Dharmic seal, turning it into nothingness in no time. Although Ming Zhen was only at the early stage void reversion realm, he was not disadvantaged against Monk Formless at all. On the other side, Demoness Ji and Tao being Malevolent Earth were already exchanging blows. Tao being Malevolent Earth's power was even stronger. However, Demoness Ji relied on the Heaven Fiend dance that she learned from Fairy Ling Long in the Human Emperor's Palace and her nimble movement technique so that Tao being Malevolent Earth could not injure her at all. Back in Myriad Phenomenon City, even the Rakshasa race was troubled by this Heaven Fiend dance. It would be difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time in a fight between two titular disciples of the Fiend sects. Su Zimo was going to face Tao being Zephyr Thunder and Tao being Heavenly Dipper alone along with Tao being Hidden Death who was hiding in the dark. "Let's fight." His eyes shone brightly as he strode forward. Bang! 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 Su Zimo held the creation Green Lotus in his left hand and clashed against Tao being Heavenly Dipper's saber and Tao being Zephyr Thunder's Zephyr Thunder hammer without being disadvantaged. His right hand gripped the long sword that he snatched from Tao being Hidden Death. Using the sword like a saber, he condensed multiple saber intent. Countercurrent, vortex, raging tides and ripple. Ghost howl, blood flow, hell, white bones, phantom and corpse. The two saber intents, Sea Calming Saber and Azura Saber, burst forth and collided continuously. In the end, they seemed like they were about to fuse. The saber intent became thicker, more condensed and ferocious. Against the two great titular disciples, Su Zimo released all his potential and channeled the Scarlet Flame Revolving Lantern to protect his body. He was like an immortal king descending upon the world and fought with increasing ferocity. Tao being Heavenly Dipper and Tao being Zephyr Thunder were secretly alarmed. Their combined strength was definitely superior to Su Zimo's. Furthermore, Su Zimo was already injured. However, Su Zimo's saber intent was getting stronger and his will was getting more condensed. There was a high chance that he would break through during the battle. As for their attacks, even if they managed to pass through Su Zimo's saber intent, they would be negated by the Scarlet Flame Revolving Lantern around him. Tao being Hidden Death did not appear the entire time. There were two possibilities. First, he had already left. That would be extremely unlikely because he was injured by Su Zimo. Given the vengeful nature of the hidden Death Sect assassin, there was no way he would leave. Second, Dao being hidden death had no chance to attack. The current situation gave the surrounding cultivators the illusion that Su Zimo was suppressing the two titular disciples. A look of impatience finally appeared in Dao being Heavenly Dipper and Dao being Zephyr Thunder's eyes. They did not want to continue dragging things. Su Zimo, let me tell you the biggest difference between the nascent soul and void reversion realm. Dao being Heavenly Dipper spoke slowly and his glabella flickered. A terrifying spirit consciousness burst forth, condensing into a star in midair that charged towards Su Zimo. It was an essence spirit secret skill. Up till this point of the battle, Dao being Heavenly Dipper had finally summoned his essence spirit secret skill. Dao being Zephyr Thunder followed without hesitation as well. Soulshaker Art. A thick spirit consciousness condensed into a spirit consciousness hammer in midair and smashed towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Essence spirit secret skills were unlike clashes between Dharmic arts or saber intents. Be it a clash of Dharmic arts or a battle of saber intents, even if power surged into his body, he could rely on his strong physique and terrifying regeneration capabilities to continue. However, it was different for essence spirit fights. If he was careless, his physical body and essence spirit would both be destroyed. Su Zimo activated the Mingwang prayer beads immediately. Buzz. The Mingwang prayer beads shone brightly and emanated an invisible barrier of light. It shone with golden runes and was filled with a Buddhist light that was sacred and flawless. The star crashed into the barrier. There was a slight pause. The barrier shattered. The star vanished as well. Swoosh. The spirit consciousness hammer rushed into Su Zimo's consciousness and pummeled down violently on his essence spirit. 45 creation green lotus seeds transformed into rays of green light that struck the spirit consciousness hammer continuously. Cling. Clang. There was a deafening and crisp sound. The glow on the 45 creation green lotus seeds had already dissipated before the spirit consciousness hammer gradually dispersed. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief. Although the entire process seemed short, it was extremely dangerous. If he could not defend against the two essence spirit secret skills, he would be killed instantly. No matter how strong his physical body was, it was useless. Right then, a warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind. Not good. His expression changed starkly. At the final moment, he had forgotten about someone. Dao being hidden death. A spirit consciousness dagger entered Su Zimo's consciousness and stabbed towards his essence spirit. At that moment, the 45 creation green lotus seeds had just collided with the spirit consciousness hammer and were no longer glowing. There was no way they could defend against that spirit consciousness dagger. It was a fatal killing move. Against the spirit consciousness dagger, Su Zimo's black-haired essence spirit was like a 3-year-old child who could not resist at all. In a flash, the scarlet-haired yin spirit rushed out from a corner of his consciousness. The Dao inheritance ground restricted his bloodline and demon spirit consciousness. However, the actions of his scarlet-haired yin spirit within his consciousness could not be sensed. The scarlet-haired yin spirit collided with the black-haired essence spirit and the two essence spirits fused completely, transforming into an existence that was half human and half dragon and covered in scale. The spirit consciousness dagger struck the new essence spirit. Bang! It dissipated and a large portion of the dragon scales on the new essence spirit's body were sliced off by the dagger. The tremendous force separated the two essence spirit. Even though the two essence spirits were fused, no matter how strong they were, they only had a layer of dragon scales for protection. There was no way they could defend against the essence spirit secret skill of a titular disciple. Su Zimo spat out a mouthful of blood. Although his two essence spirits did not die, they were still severely injured and his entire body withered rapidly. Chapter 1010 Stone Statue. Chapter 1010 Stone Statue. In the end, he was defeated. An indignant feeling surged into Su Zimo's heart. In reality, he did not know that Dao being Heavenly Dipper and Dao being Zephyr Thunder were even more shock. Even though the three of them titular disciples joined forces and released their essence spirit secret skills, they could not kill a nascent soul directly. They truly could not imagine how far this person would grow if they allowed him to continue with his cultivation. The battles on the other two sides were gradually becoming clearer. Neither Tao being malevolent earth nor Demoness G could do anything to one another. Demoness G's methods could not pose a threat to Tao being malevolent earth. On the other hand, Tao being malevolent earth could not hurt her thanks to her heaven fiend dance. Even if both parties fought for a day and night, they would probably be in a stalemate. The fight between Ming Zhan and Monk Formless was nearing its end. Ming Zhan's Buddhist Dharmic arts were profound and he had read countless secret Buddhist texts at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Coupled with his pure and innocent heart, he had a solid foundation. However, he was still too young. Void reversion had a lifespan of 5,000 years and he was only 100 years old. In terms of experience, knowledge and comprehension of life, he was far inferior compared to the Monk Formless who was already 3,000 years old. Most importantly, his Tao heart had yet to be established and he was forced to retreat in defeat against Monk Formless who possessed a Tao heart. Su Zimo struggled to stand up. His essence spirit felt a tearing pain and his body swayed uncontrollably. It was extremely difficult to fully recover from such wounds on the essence spirit. If he could not recover completely, even if he managed to escape, his future cultivation would most likely stop at the nascent soul realm. A resolute look flashed through Demoness G's eyes as she looked at Su Zimo who was not far away. She had long made up her mind on this matter. Dodging Tao being malevolent Earth's bone spear, she withdrew and retreated from the battlefield. Tao being malevolent Earth was also frustrated by Demoness G's actions and did not give chase when he saw her retreat from the battlefield. Demoness G extended her arms and raised her head slightly. Closing her legs, her entire body floated up slowly. She had a pious expression as she chanted obscure words, looking at Su Zimo with deep emotions without blinking. A mysterious power appeared beside her. Immediately after, something seemed to be spilling out of Demoness G's body endlessly, converging into a milky white light that surged into Su Zimo's body through the top of his head. Apart from the injuries to his essence spirit, Su Zimo's internal and external injuries seemed to be healing gradually. Furthermore, the most frightening thing was that Su Zimo's aura was rising continuously, turning increasingly terrifying as he charged towards the void reversion realm. On the contrary, as Su Zimo's aura rose, Demoness G's aura weakened continuously. The light in her eyes dimmed gradually as well. This is. Tao being malevolent Earth frowned and murmured softly, as though he recalled something. Sacrifice. Right then, Tao being hidden Death's figure appeared. Gritting his teeth, he said, "It's a secret sacrifice technique of pure maiden sec. Hurry and stop her." Tao being hidden Death and Tao being malevolent Earth attacked at the same time, charging towards Demoness G who was in midair. Right then, something weird happened. The fairy stone statue that was erected on the empty space on the ground suddenly burst forth with a brilliant light that shot into the skies. A legacy phenomenon had appeared. Nobody expected that someone would trigger a legacy phenomenon at this juncture. But who was it? Right now, the only two women in the battlefield were female cultivators of the fiend sects. How could they get involved with this stone statue of a fairy? The eyes of the fairy stone statue shone with two mysterious glows that shrouded Demoness G. Demoness G. The pure maiden of the fiend sects had obtained the inheritance recognition of the fairy stone statue. When they saw that, all the cultivators widened their eyes in confusion. This fairy stone statue was extremely famous. She had stood in the Tao inheritance ground for countless years and no one knew her background. She did not leave any words or information about her inheritance either. Over the years, countless female cultivators from the Immortal sects had tried to obtain the recognition of the stone statue but to no avail. To think that the successor of the fairy stone statue would be chosen today. We were all wrong. Tao being Heavenly Dipper suddenly said. Since time immemorial, every cultivator who saw this stone statue would think that it was someone from an immortal sect when they saw its ethereal appearance. However, in reality, she was not a fairy but a demoness. Unknowingly, The Demonis stone statue had bewitched the eyes and minds of countless cultivators as it stood there for so many years and nobody had realized it. This was the true brilliance of pure maiden sect's charm. The attacks of Tao being hidden death and Tao being malevolent earth collided against the light emitted by the Demonis stone statue and were repelled. With the legacy activated, no one could hurt Demonis G anymore. However, at that moment, Demonis G's aura was extremely weak. There was a connection between her and Suzimo. While Suzimo was getting stronger, he seemed to have absorbed all of Demonis G's essence, dharmic powers, and essence spirit. Suzimo wanted to cut it off, but there was no reaction. Once that connection was established, only Demonis G could sever it herself. Before long, Demonis G's aura was so weak that she seemed like a mortal. As for Suzimo's aura, it was extremely berserk and had already broken through the boundaries of the nascent soul realm. Of course, this was not a true breakthrough. He had only obtained the power of another cultivator for a short period of time. The only way he could possibly break through to the void reversion realm would be if he could cultivate immediately and absorb all the power in his body. Demonis G looked at Suzimo and felt her eyelids turning heavy as well as deep exhaustion. She was still trying her best to smile as she whispered to him, "Remember my words. You must escape alive." It was only now that Suzimo understood the meaning behind Demonis G's words before the battle. So, she had already made the decision to sacrifice herself at that time. What exactly was a sacrifice? What did it have to do with a tripod? Up till now, Suzimo still did not understand and had countless doubts. However, he knew that this was not the time to consider such things. He had to escape with Ming Zhen with the help of the sudden increase in strength. Demonis G's figure had already vanished. If she could obtain the recognition of the Demonis stone statue, Demonis G would not be in danger for the time being and no one would be able to hurt her. While everyone was stunned, Suzimo's figure flashed and he charged towards Ming Zhen. Swash! With a gentle breeze, he arrived before Ming Zhen. It was too fast. Although it was not the true power of a void reversion, it was enough to change the entire situation. Audacious! Monk Formless hollered and strode forward, wanting to stop Suzimo. Scram! Suzimo gripped the creation green lotus in reverse and smashed it towards Monk Formless. Monk Formless held the wooden fish and blocked upwards. Bang! If it was before, even if Suzimo was at his peak condition, this single exchange would at most force Monk Formless a half-step back and numb the latter's arms. But now, Monk Formless was sent flying by Suzimo's creation green lotus and fell to the ground. By the time he got up, his face was already pale. Chapter 10-11, Tao being poison. Chapter 10-11, Tao being poison. Tao being Heavenly Dipper and Tao being Zephyr Thunder charged over from both sides. Kill. Suddenly, Suzimo opened his mouth and released Thunderclap Kill once more. Thunder rumbled and shocked everyone. Gripping the creation green lotus in his hands, Suzimo charged towards the incoming saber. He clenched his right hand into a fist and met the incoming Zephyr Thunder hammer head-on. Boom! With a loud bang, Tao being Heavenly Dipper was sent flying. Bang! There was a flash of blood and Suzimo's right hand was smashed into a blur, revealing the scarlet divine phoenix bone. However, he managed to repel the hammer. Right now, Suzimo did not know what the so-called sacrifice was or what Demonis G had given up for him. However, at that moment, boundless power surged within his body. That power did not belong to him. But, with that strength, he could repel the few titular disciples temporarily and had a chance to escape. Evil intent devourment. When Tao being malevolent earth saw that Tao being Heavenly Dipper and the other two titular disciples were disadvantaged in melee combat, he conjured a top-tier dharmic art and charged towards Suzimo. Endless black baneful chi emanated from his fingertips as a gigantic black head materialized in midair. It howled and covered the skies, opening its mouth to devour Suzimo. Suzimo's eyes lit up and with a single thought, a massive object appeared beneath his feet. The massive object had 4 feet, 2 heads, and carried a gigantic shell that was filled with mysterious runes. It was ancient and seemed as though it could understand all the secrets of the universe. The shell carried the firmaments as its feet stood right into the torrent unyieldingly like heavenly piercing stone pillars. Graw. The snake and turtle reared their heads and howled into the world. The arrival of the black tortoise shook the world. No matter how strong the dharmic art that Tao being malevolent earth conjured was, it could not devour the black tortoise. The 4 titular disciples were repelled by Su Zimo, and Tao being hidden death did not dare to show himself. Su Zimo seized the opportunity to grab the severely injured Ming Zhen and burst forth with his lightning escape technique, speeding into the distance. The surrounding cultivators were shocked. Nobody expected that the sacrifice of the pure maiden of the fiend sects would create a chance for Su Zimo to survive. He might be able to escape alive from the encirclement of the 5 titular disciples. When they saw Su Zimo charging over, the crowd was in chaos and the cultivators dodged in fear. A cultivator with a cold expression hid in the crowd and dodged along with everyone else. However, his gaze was fixed on Su Zimo the entire time. The moment Su Zimo passed by his head, his eyes flashed with a cold glint. Suddenly, he struck and a dense shadow appeared, shrouding towards Su Zimo's back instantly. Su Zimo had a great shock. All his attention was focused on the 5 titular disciples. He had not expected that there would be another cultivator lurking in the crowd. There were way too many people who wanted to kill him in the Tao inheritance ground. Armor-bursting bone corrosion nail. The crowd exclaimed. Poison sect. The armor-bursting bone corrosion nail was one of Poison sect's 7 lethals and was extremely terrifying. Its penetrative power was shocking and its toxicity was so strong that it could seep into one's bones. There was no way to remove it. Behind Su Zimo, there were at least dozens of armor-bursting bone corrosion nails that blocked all his escape route. That was a top expert of Poison sect. There were also a few armor-bursting bone corrosion nails that were aimed at Ming Zhen. Su Zimo pulled Ming Zhen in front of him and tried his best to avoid his vitals. However, he could not avoid the dozens of armor-bursting bone corrosion nails. Poof, poof, poof. Half of it struck his inner armor and fell to the ground. However, 7 to 8 of them pierced his legs. Although his body was strong and the armor-bursting bone corrosion nails could not penetrate it, the poison on the long nails had already entered his body. The heavens are truly bent on killing him. That's right. The one who attacked seemed to be a titular disciple of Poison sect. With so many of them appearing one after another and attacking him, it's a miracle if he can survive. Including Tao being poison, there were now 6 titular disciples involved in the battle. Su Zimo's body shuddered and the long nails on his legs fell off. He spun around and glared at Tao being poison who was in the crowd. Enraged, his eyes shone with endless killing intent as he said coldly, "You are courting death." Not far away, Tao being Heavenly Dipper and the others had already caught up. He had to kill Tao being poison within a single move. Otherwise, if he was entangled by Tao being poison, his previous efforts would be wasted once Tao being Heavenly Dipper and the others catch up and surround him. 2 flames burned in Su Zimo's eyes as he conjured hand seals with his fingers. A ball of golden flames floated towards the Poison sect cultivator. Immediately after, Su Zimo conjured another dharmic art and a scarlet flame appeared on his fingertip, bursting forth. The Buddhist and Immortal Tao fires. The 2 balls of flames charged towards Tao being poison one after another. Initially, Tao being poison wanted to dodge. However, he could not help but sneer when he sensed the power released by the 2 balls of flames. Although the might of the 2 flames was not small, it was nothing to him. Now that everyone was watching, as a titular disciple, he naturally had to display his capabilities. At that thought, Tao being poison formed hand seals repeatedly and conjured a colorful dharmic power python that devoured the 2 incoming flames. When he saw that, Su Zimo's gaze turned cold and his spirit consciousness moved slightly. The immortal Tao fire that was initially at the back suddenly sped up and collided with the Buddhist Tao fire. This was a transformation in the art of fire taming. If Su Zimo had conjured the Dvyadi Tao fire right away, he would have scared off Tao being poison prematurely. The 2 Tao fires stacked together and underwent a qualitative change in an instant, increasing in might. The Dvyadi Tao fire. Before Dao Being Poison's dharmic powers and poison python could reach him, they were burned into nothingness by the Dvyadi Dao fire. Dao Being Poison's pupils constricted violently. At this distance, it was already too late for him to dodge. Su Zimo sneered and no longer looked at Dao Being Poison. Purple lightning flashed on his body and a pair of dharmic power wings grew behind him. Carrying Ming Zhen, he fled into the distance with all his might. Behind him, the Dvyadi Dao fire struck Dao Being Poison and burst forth with a gigantic ball of flames. Ah! 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 The flames burned and smoke billowed. Dao Being Poison had already turned into a gigantic fireball as he flailed his arms wildly to struggle. His blood chi surged and dharmic powers rumbled as he tried to suppress the Dvyadi Dao fire. Squeak, squeak. Countless poisonous beings such as scorpions, toads, and spiders fell from his body and shrieked. Before long, they were burned to ashes. Before Dao Being Poison died, the poisonous beings he carried were burned by the Dvyadi Dao fire and in their panic, all of them attacked their master. At that moment, countless poisonous beings bit Dao Being Poison. Even if the Dvyadi Dao fire did not manage to burn Dao Being Poison to death, those poisonous beings were enough to kill him. His essence spirit could not escape from the raging flames and was burned to death while hiding in his consciousness. The titular disciple of Poison sect had fallen in the Dao inheritance ground. Chapter 1012 Shock of Tianhuang Mainland. Chapter 1012 Shock of Tianhuang Mainland. Su Zimo carried Ming Zhen and sprinted into the distance. Ming Zhen's injuries were not serious. It was just that while he was fighting against monk Formless, they contended about Buddhism and he was suppressed by the latter, causing him to be disadvantaged. It caused the Dao heart that he was about to condense to show signs of collapsing. If his Dao heart collapsed, some of his past cultivation would be wasted. This was something that nobody could help him with. For cultivators, the test of one's Dao heart was a tribulation. As long as he could tide through this tribulation, he would be invulnerable to evil and mental demons in the future. If he could not cross it, everything would be over. What have I been cultivating for? Ming Zhen murmured softly with a dazed expression. The pursuit of longevity? To enter the Pure Land? He shook his head and denied that thought. The reason why I cultivate Buddhism is to liberate all living beings. However, Monk Formless told me that there are countless people in the world and there's no end to suffering. Yet, a human's strength is limited. How can I possibly liberate them all? That's right, living beings are countless. How am I going to liberate all of them? Is my Tao wrong? Is it true that I can only liberate everyone after I pursue my own Tao and cultivate to become a Buddha? Ming Zhen muttered to himself and interrogated his Tao heart countless times. Throughout the entire process, Su Zimo could clearly sense that his Tao heart had wavered countless times but eventually stabilize. Furthermore, as time passed, the light in Ming Zhen's eyes grew brighter. His gaze was pure and flawless. I don't want to become a Buddha. As though he had made a decision, Ming Zhen's eyes shone with a bright light as he said slowly, only when all living beings are liberated can I attain Buddhahood. I vow that I won't become a Buddha until hell is empty. Ming Zhen laid down a vow and established his Tao heart. Boom! The entire world shuddered. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Immediately after, a gigantic crack appeared beneath his feet, as though it led to the netherworld, dark and sinister. Su Zimo looked over in shock. Beneath the netherworld, there were countless shadows of vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts stretching their arms as though they wanted to break free. However, above the heads of the vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts, there was a monk of the Buddhist monasteries that stood guard. His body shone with a sacred golden light and his expression was filled with benevolence. His eyes were filled with compassion as though he could transcend all the suffering in the world. All of a sudden, the monk of the Buddhist monasteries opened his mouth. Only when all living beings are liberated can I attain Buddhahood. I vow that I won't become a Buddha until hell is empty. Anyone that lays down this vow shall obtain my inheritance. Swoosh! A blinding golden light burst forth from the monk's body and shone on Ming Zhen. Ming Zhen's eyes were tightly shut and he had a peaceful expression. Like a sleeping baby, he He followed the golden light uncontrollably and fell into the crack. Bang! Boom! Boom! By the time the cracks on the ground closed, Ming Zhan and the monk from the Buddhist sect had already vanished. At the same time, Tianhuang mainland. Suddenly, a voice sounded from above the firmaments. Only when all living beings are liberated can I attain Buddhahood. I vow that I won't become a Buddha until hell is empty. Many cultivators were shocked when they heard that. Someone had established a Tao heart that penetrated the dimension of the Tao inheritance ground and affected Tianhuang mainland. 100 Refinement Sect. Extreme Fire and the others who were initially gathered in the main hall walked out one after another when they heard the commotion outside and looked up. Someone has obtained the inheritance of the Buddhist sect's Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Shock flashed through Shangguanzi's eyes. Extreme Fire nodded. That's right. Legend has it that when Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva of the upper world established his Tao, he made a great vow that he would never attain Buddhahood until hell was empty. I wonder who is the one with such a compassionate heart to inherit Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's vow and shock Tianhuang mainland. Ksitigarbha golden body. Elder Gu looked as though he was reminiscing. To think that this legacy that has been lost through the ages is finally about to reappear. The next Dharma characteristic ranking will definitely be something to look out for. Right then, a cultivator fell out of the teleportation gate behind him, panting heavily. That person was the 100 Refinement Sect disciple who followed Dao being Yuding into the Dao inheritance ground. Extreme Fire and the others hurried into the main hall and asked, "How is it? Any news? Elders?" The cultivator gulped and could not hide the shock in his eyes. Panting, he said, "Not long after Granduncle Master entered the Dao inheritance ground, he fought against Sword Sect's cultivators and killed all of them." Shangguanzi and the others exchanged glances and nodded to themselves. To think that Su Zimo would be able to release such terrifying combat strength despite the fact that his demonic methods were suppressed in the Dao inheritance ground. On the other hand, Extreme Fire had a calm expression. Sword Sect had not sent their titular disciple after all. Even with the 7 luminary sword formation, they would not be much of a threat to Su Zimo. The 100 Refinement Sect cultivator continued. A day later, Granduncle Master encountered Dao being glass and killed him. At that point, Extreme Fire and everyone else were shocked. To think that apart from Heavenly Dipper Sect, Chaos Essence Sect and the other sects, Glass Palace had sent their titular disciple inside as well. What was even more unexpected was that the titular disciple of Glass Palace was killed by Su Zimo at the Dao inheritance ground. He's too strong. Elder Gu sucked in a cold breath of air and said, "This lad is going to step on the corpses of the titular disciples and establish his Tao heart to forge a supreme great Tao." The 100 Refinement Sect disciple continued, Tao being Heavenly Dipper, Tao being Zephyr Thunder, Monk Formless, Tao being Malevolent Earth and Tao being Hidden Death joined forces and set up a trap to kill Granduncle Master. Ah! Extreme Fire and the others exclaimed in shock. What they were worried about had happened. If the 5 titular disciples joined forces, he would definitely die. Later on, Granduncle Master obtained the help of 2 titular disciples, the Pure Maiden of the Fiend sects and Dao being Dharpamkara, and managed to escape. Thereafter, he was ambushed by the titular disciple of Poison sect but he retaliated and killed Dao being Poison instead before escaping. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they heard the news. It was just a simple description but it was already so shocking and exciting. One could imagine how dangerous the situation was back then. 2 titular disciples were buried in the Dao inheritance ground. Shangguanzi looked worried and shook her head. This is quite heaven-defying. I'm afraid a great calamity is coming. There's no need for a calamity. Elder Ji shook his head. The lad might not even be able to get past the tribulations before him. Even Poison sect themselves can't dispel their own 7 lethals. How far can he escape? Don't forget, Di Yin hasn't appeared yet. Elder Gu shook his head and sighed. Everyone frowned with worried expressions. No matter how one looked at it, Su Zimo's life was hanging by a thread. Any change could be the last straw that destroys him. At the same time, News of the Dao inheritance ground spread to Tianhuang mainland one after another, and the entire cultivation world was stirred. So many titular disciples entered the Dao inheritance ground, but 2 of them were killed by a nascent soul instead. This was definitely an unprecedented event in history. It was not only 100 refinement sect. At that moment, almost all the factions in Tianhuang mainland were paying attention to the news in the Dao inheritance ground. Everyone wanted to know how long the number 1 monster incarnate of history who caused a bloodbath in the Dao inheritance ground could last. Chapter 1013, Di Yin's appearance. Chapter 1013, Di Yin's appearance. The Dao inheritance ground. Now that Ming Zhan had obtained the inheritance and entered deep underground, he was naturally safe from danger, and Su Zimo was relieved. The sound of thunder could be heard from afar. That single delay had allowed Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the others to catch up. Gritting his teeth, Su Zimo determined his direction and sped towards the 3 Tribulations domain. Right now, he could only resolve the crisis by entering the 3 Tribulations domain. Once inside the 3 Tribulations domain, cultivators could not engage in fights. This was because the ancient mighty figures wanted to prevent cultivators from being disturbed as they transcended the tribulations. However, Su Zimo did not know if he could make it to the 3 Tribulations domain. The poison of the armor-bursting bone corrosion nail had already taken effect. If not for his strong and shocking physique, the poison would have corroded his bones and he would have died long ago. In reality, if Su Zimo could use his blood qi, there was a high chance he could neutralize the poison by washing it away continuously with the power of his blood qi. But now, his blood qi was condensed within his body and could not be activated at all. He could only watch as the poison spread continuously and corroded him. At that moment, his legs were already numb. If his legs were numb, it meant that the armor-bursting bone corrosion nail's poison had already seeped into his bones. Even if he recovered his blood qi, he might not be able to save them. Before long, a figure appeared before them. He wore purple robes and had shoulder-length black hair. His back was facing Su Zimo and his face could not be seen clearly. However, that mere back view stood there like an insurmountable mountain, towering and majestic as it blocked Su Zimo's path forward. Su Zimo's heart sank. Although he could not see the purple-robed cultivator's appearance clearly, he was all too familiar with the aura of a ruler overlooking the ages. It was Dao being chaos essence, Di Yin. To think that Di Yin would appear at the final moment. This was akin to someone who had gone through a lot of hardships and was about to climb out of the abyss only to find out that he had merely crawled into a deeper pit. There was an even larger abyss above him. Even when he had just entered the Dao inheritance ground, Su Zimo had no confidence against Di Yin. Furthermore, both his essence spirits were injured and his body was in intense pain right now, with his legs gradually losing sensation. Fellow Daoist Su, how have you been? Di Yin turned around slowly and smiled at Su Zimo, who was covered in blood and looked wretched. Su Zimo's expression was cold and he said nothing. With a chuckle, Di Yin walked towards Su Zimo slowly, saying leisurely, "It's truly unbelievable." This was the number 1 of the Phenomenon ranking, who was all famous and mighty back in Myriad Phenomenon City. Why have you been reduced to such a state? Where's your illumination dragon eye? Why are you not undergoing dragonification with your demon blood? Di Yin laughed. At that moment, he was smiling from the bottom of his heart. It felt good to be in control of everything. This was especially the case when the great enemy that had brought him endless humiliation and almost killed him was standing right in front of him. A single thought of his was the difference between the latter's life and death. Throughout history, there have been countless paragons and monster incarnates. However, there aren't many who managed to reach the end. Di Yin said indifferently, "Su Zimo, you're destined to die prematurely." Boom. The killing intent in Di Yin's eyes intensified as he opened his palm and crushed down on Su Zimo's chest like a gigantic millstone. The Great Chaos Essence Palm. Chaos Essence Sect's exclusive secret skill. Just as Su Zimo wanted to defend, he realized that his legs were numb. It had finally come to this. There was no sensation in his legs and therefore, he no longer had support for his strength. he would not be able to withstand the great chaos essence palm with the pure burst power of his physical body. In a flash, Suzimo wanted to form a dharmic art. However, a tearing pain came from his essence spirit within his consciousness. Before the dharmic art was formed, it dissipated. Di Yin's eyes flashed with mockery. Bang! He pressed his palm against Suzimo's chest and released mincing force that was berserk and violent. Sheeing. Instantly, Suzimo's green robes were torn. The perfect-grade inner armor on his body could only hold on for a moment before it was crushed into pieces by the power of the great chaos essence palm and fell shard after shard. A perfect-grade Dao being dharmic weapon could not withstand the power of Di Yin's palm. Di Yin was even more terrifying than 100 years ago. Not only that, the remaining power of the great chaos essence palm converged and surged into Suzimo's body, shattering the power that Demonis Ji gave her. Suzimo fell not far away and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His organs were already ruptured by Di Yin's palm. "It's over for you." Di Yin strode towards Suzimo leisurely. Right then, a figure barged in, grabbed Suzimo who was on the ground and sprinted into the distance. Di Yin had already caught sight of that figure a long time ago. However, he did not expect that someone would dare to snatch away Suzimo from right beneath his nose. "Master, hang in there. I'll take you away." Solitary Cloud hugged Suzimo and with the burst of his physical body, sprinted on the ground, looking clumsy and pitiful. "Master, let's return to Howling Moon Mountain. There's Monkey, the spirit tiger and little fox there. Nobody will dare to hurt you there." Gazing at Suzimo who was coughing out blood repeatedly, Solitary Cloud's eyes were bloodshot and his expression was sorrowful. Suzimo's consciousness was starting to blur by now. "Solitary Cloud, you, let go of me. I'll escape by myself." His gaze was slightly unfocused as he spoke intermittently. The blood in his mouth flowed continuously in a frightening manner. "Master, stop talking. I won't leave." Solitary Cloud said loudly, "I've once sworn to follow you through life and death. I'll do what I say and never leave. You don't know who Di Yin is." Suzimo tried his best to perk himself up so that he would not faint. Panting, he said, "If he wants to attack, you won't be able to escape. You can only survive if you abandon me. You're mistaken." Di Yin's voice suddenly sounded in Solitary Cloud's ears. That aura sent a chill down his spine. "Even if he leaves you now, he won't be able to escape." With a sinister smile, Di Yin struck and slapped Solitary Cloud heavily on the back. Poof! Solitary Cloud's chest was penetrated by Di Yin's palm and an arrow of blood spurted out. The scarlet, boiling blood splattered on Suzimo's face, startling him and clearing his mind a little. "Solitary Cloud!" Suzimo shouted and reached out in a panic, wanting to block the blood on Solitary Cloud's chest. However, he could not stop the blood from gushing out. Solitary Cloud's heart was already shattered and his essence spirit was filled with cracks. The bones in Solitary Cloud's chest were all broken. However, he still widened his eyes and staggered forward with whatever willpower he had left. Right from the beginning, he did not let go of Suzimo's arms. One step after another. Finally, Solitary Cloud's body swayed as he lowered his gaze and murmured, "Master, I can't hold on anymore. I can only bring you here." Solitary Cloud. Suzimo's voice trembled and he could no longer hold it in as tears streamed down his clothes. Chapter 1014 Another Wave. Chapter 1014 Another Wave. Does this hurt? When Di Yin saw Suzimo's current state, he could not help but burst into laughter from the thrill of revenge. He enjoyed the feeling right now. The more pain Suzimo was in, the happier he was. "Do you remember what I said back in the ancient battlefield?" Di Yin looked down at Suzimo from above and said slowly, "I've already said that I'll definitely take revenge on you the day we meet again." Suzimo grit his teeth and remained silent. With reddened eyes, he controlled his spirit consciousness and pulled Solitary Cloud into his storage bag bit by bit. That simple action caused a tearing pain in his essence spirit and he almost fainted. If Solitary Cloud had not been by his side and absorbed the dragon chi to cultivate, causing his bloodline to become much stronger. Solitary Cloud would have been destroyed in body and spirit by Di Yin's palm strike. Right now, although Solitary Cloud was not dead, he could not hold on for much longer. Di Yin's palm strike had almost crippled his body completely. His heart and sternum were shattered and all life in his body was gone. Only his essence spirit still had a trace of life and emitted a faint glow. At this rate, Solitary Cloud's essence spirit would probably dim for eternity within 2 hours. Even though Su Zimo's life was hanging by a thread right now, he had not given up on Solitary Cloud. Even if there was only a sliver of hope for survival, he had to leave with Solitary Cloud. It was not just Solitary Cloud's vow to follow him through life and death. He made the same promise to Solitary Cloud. Sigh, to think that Su Zimo would still die in Di Yin's hands at the end of the day. Including the fallen Dao being glass and Dao being poison as well as Di Yin, he was attacked by a total of 8 titular disciples. Even void reversions or Dharma characteristics would have to die here, let alone a nascent soul. Although this battle was way too unfair for Su Zimo, the victors have the final say. There's nothing much we can comment about. After today, I'm afraid no one will be able to threaten Di Yin anymore. At that moment, there were already many cultivators gathered nearby with complex expressions. Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the others arrived nearby as well. They did not step forward and merely watched coldly from the sidelines. Actually, you don't have to suffer. Di Yin did not want to delay any longer and walked towards Su Zimo, saying indifferently, "That's because I'll fulfill your wishes and send you guys to the netherworld together." Boom. He reached out and conjured a gigantic millstone that crushed down towards Su Zimo. All of a sudden, a dark light tore through the air and expanded rapidly in midair, as though it had transformed into a pitch-black brick. It shone with 6 dharmic patterns and smashed towards Di Yin's palm, a carnate Dao being dharmic weapon. Di Yin's gaze intensified as killing intent surged in his eyes. There was someone that dared to attack him? A series of exclamations sounded from the crowd as well. Who was Di Yin? In the cultivation world, he might only be a titular disciple. But here in the Dao inheritance ground, he was the king and emperor. If the emperor was angered, millions of people had to die. Even Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other titular disciples were wary of Di Yin and stopped in their tracks. Which cultivator in this Dao inheritance ground would be ignorant enough to dare attack him? You must have a death wish. Even though he was barehanded against the carnate Dao being dharmic weapon, Di Yin had no intention of stopping. His blood chi surged and his dharmic powers surged as the might of the chaos essence palm doubled. Boom. The gigantic millstone conjured by Di Yin's palm collided with the black brick and an earth-shaking bang sounded. At the point of collision, air currents surged and gravel filled the air. Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other titular disciples were shocked and their pupils constricted. Di Yin was even scarier than they had imagined. Among all the titular disciples, including the fallen Dao being glass, Di Yin was probably the only one who dared to receive a carnate dharmic weapon barehanded. Both parties clashed head-on and Di Yin did not retreat at all. However, the black brick flew back and landed in the hands of a cultivator who was charging over. The intruder was dressed in a grey daoist robe. He was fair, beardless and slightly plump, but he was extremely agile. The moment the intruder blocked Di Yin with the black brick, he rushed forward and flipped Su Zimo on his back. Without turning back, he ran. "Oh, it's you." Di Yin's gaze was sinister and he was enraged. In a flash, he sped forward. His figure tore through the air with a speed that was so fast and ferocious that shuddering, buzzing sounds could be heard. "Even if you're the successor of Enigma Palace, I'll kill you here today if you dare to ruin my plans." Di Yin chased after the grey-robed cultivator. His voice was chilling and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. He had to kill Su Zimo in the Dao inheritance ground and not allow any accidents to happen. He would kill anyone who stood in his way. The successor of Enigma Palace has appeared as well. Is Su Zimo related to Enigma Palace? By the looks of it, the successor of Enigma Palace isn't Di Yin's match either. He escaped after a single exchange. When they saw that, Many cultivators were invigorated and started discussing once more. Enigma Palace was the most mysterious super sect in Tianhuang mainland. 9 immortal sects, 8 demon regions, and finally 2 islands and 1 palace. That palace referred to Enigma Palace. The successor of Enigma Palace was equivalent to the titular disciples of the super sects. However, they rarely participated in such battles. Be it the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking or the Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic ranking, none of the successors of Enigma Palace would take part. Therefore, the successors of each generation of Enigma Palace were the most mysterious existences in the eyes of the cultivators. Nobody knew their true strength. However, seniors of the various major sects would remind their disciples to try their best not to be enemies with the successor of Enigma Palace. Dao being Heavenly Dipper and the other titular disciples frowned and followed hurriedly. It was already a foregone conclusion that Su Zimo would die. There was no way something could happen because of a successor of Enigma Palace. As the grey-robed cultivator sprinted, he heard the sound of wind behind him as a powerful and berserk aura approached rapidly. He glanced sideways. Di Yin was not far behind him with a grim expression that was filled with killing intent. His movement technique was frighteningly fast and he would catch up in a few breaths. Fuck. The grey-robed cultivator jolted in shock. He swiped his storage bag and took out a dirty and tattered bag. He muttered something and tossed it behind him. The tattered bag fluttered and expanded continuously, trapping Di Yin who was charging over. The opening of the bag shrank rapidly. Ah! Di Yin's furious roar sounded from the bag, causing one's heart to tremble. The successor of Enigma Palace sure has some skills. He seems to have trapped Di Yin, a cultivator exclaimed. The grey-robed cultivator grinned and turned to continue running. That was because he knew that although the tattered bag was a unique treasure, it was not enough to trap Di Yin. Before long, a howl sounded behind him. Let's see where in the world you can escape to. Di Yin ripped the bag apart and broke free. Killing intent surged from his body as he chased after the grey-robed cultivator furiously. Chapter 10:15, The Only Lifeline. Chapter 10:15, The Only Lifeline. Brother Lin, you're here too. Lying on the back of the grey-robed cultivator, Su Zimo consumed a large amount of elixirs and the medicinal effects surged into his body. He was in a better state now and spoke softly. The successor of Enigma Palace was none other than Lin Xuanji. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Ever since Su Zimo started cultivating, he did not have many friends. Among these people, some of them were cynical, some were honest, some were cold and murderous, and some were just happy-go-lucky. Their personalities were different and the Tao techniques they cultivated were different as well: immortal, Buddhist, fiend, and heretical. However, there were similarities between them. Every single one of them was true and loyal. Demonist Ji, Ming Zhen, and Lin Xuanji were the same. Even Solitary Cloud was the same. For Demonist Ji and Ming Zhen, it was a blessing in disguise since they managed to obtain the inheritance of a mighty figure. As for Solitary Cloud, Su Zimo's heart ached at the thought of Solitary Cloud. Lin Xuanji asked with a worried expression, "Brother Su, how are you?" "Not bad." Su Zimo forced himself to focus and replied. Actually, he was in a bad state. His organs were already ruptured and his essence spirit was severely injured. The bone corrosion poison on his legs had already seeped into his marrow and was spreading gradually. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness stirred and he retrieved a small bottle from his storage bag, pouring out an elixir. Lin Xuanji glanced at it from the corner of his eyes with a delighted expression. Life preservation elixir. That's a good thing. Swallow it quickly and you'll at least be able to preserve your life. We'll talk about it after you escape. Su Zimo did not say anything and placed the life preservation elixir carefully into Solitary Cloud's mouth instead. The life preservation elixir could keep Solitary Cloud alive for a month at least. Fuck. Lin Xuanji's eyes widened and he was so anxious that he nearly stomped his feet as he shouted, "Are you stupid? You can't hold on for much longer and you're still going to care about that WM? I am fine." Su Zimo's lips twitched as he smiled. "But he can't die. How are you fine? How much longer can you last in your current state?" How are you going to neutralize the bone corrosion poison in your body? The reason why they're called the 7 lethals of Poison Sect is because even Poison Sect doesn't have an antidote for those 7 poisons, and one will definitely die if they're poisoned. If not for the fact that he was being hunted down by Di Yin, Lin Xuanji really wanted to throw Su Zimo down and bash him up. The injuries are a little serious, but I'll probably survive them. Su Zimo could still smile. Although his bloodline was suppressed and could not be circulated, it was still within his body and was still terrifyingly strong and invulnerable to poison. It was impossible for the bone corrosion poison to poison him to death. However, it was almost impossible for him to remove the bone corrosion poison from his body as well. At the very least, given his current condition and methods, there was no way he could do it. Brother Su, you have to hold on. I've already offended Di Yin now. If you die, I'll be in deep shit and this will be a wasted trip. Lin Xuanji muttered as he carried Su Zimo on his back, as though he was afraid that Su Zimo would faint and not wake up. My master divined that you're going to face a calamity this time round, so I hurried over. Honestly, that old man is getting more muddle-headed as he ages and spouts useless nonsense. Bloody hell. Even if I think with my ass, I can tell that you're going to face a calamity by entering the Dao inheritance ground to face so many titular disciples. Who the hell even needs to divine it? Initially, Su Zimo was about to fall asleep. However, he could not help but chuckle when he heard how amusing Lin Xuanji was. He knew that Lin Xuanji was thinking of ways to save him and keep him awake. Lin Xuanji turned back to take a look and was so scared that his face turned pale as he scolded, "Fuck. Di Yin is chasing us so closely like a mad dog. This is deadly." His movement technique could not compare to Di Yin. If he had not used that tattered bag earlier to delay Di Yin for a while, the latter would have caught up to him long ago. "Brother Lin, listen to me." Su Zimo perked up and raised his arm slightly, pointing in a direction. "Go there." "Ah!" Stunned for a moment, Lin Xuanji was delighted. "Brother Su, you've got a backup plan over there. Impressive. Brilliant." Without hesitation, Lin Xuanji changed directions and sprinted. After escaping for a while more, Lin Xuanji gradually realized that something was amiss and frowned. "Brother Su, what backup plans do you have here? We seem to be headed for the 3 Tribulations domain." "It is the 3 Tribulations domain," Su Zimo said. "Throw me into the 3 Tribulations domain and leave this place. Di Yin wants to kill me, not you." "Are you crazy?" Lin Xuanji shouted. "You still want to challenge the 3 Tribulations domain in your current state? What's the difference between challenging the 3 Tribulations domain and killing yourself right now? The 3 Tribulations domain tests a cultivator's Dao heart. Although I'm severely injured, my Dao heart is still present." Su Zimo's tone was resolute as he said slowly, "I'll definitely be able to obtain an inheritance within the 3 Tribulations domain, but..." Lin Xuanji was still worried. Su Zimo continued, "Furthermore, I'm currently poisoned. Given my current condition and methods, there's no way I can neutralize it." "Ah, you want to borrow the power of the 3 Tribulations domain?" Lin Xuanji's eyes lit up. "That's right," Su Zimo replied. "The only way I can purge the bone corrosion poison that has already seeped into my bones is with the use of external force. But that's too painful." Lin Xuanji shuddered at the mere thought. Su Zimo said, "Brother Lin, the 3 Tribulations domain is my only chance." Sensing Su Zimo's determination, Lin Xuanji grit his teeth. "Let's go. I'll take you to the 3 Tribulations domain. If you die in there and turn into a wandering ghost, don't come looking for me for revenge. Don't worry." Su Zimo smiled gently. Since he had already made that decision, he no longer hesitated. Lin Xuanji took a deep breath and sped in the direction of the 3 Tribulations domain. Before long, a massive frost region appeared on the horizon in front of them. Cold winds howled from within, connecting the heavens and earth, sweeping up gales with a terrifying might. Where are they going? Are they going to barge into the 3 Tribulations domain? Isn't that just courting death? I reckon that Su Zimo would rather die in the 3 Tribulations domain than be killed by Di Yin. The cultivators discussed and gathered over. Before long, Lin Xuanji arrived at the borders of the Three Tribulations domain. Brother Su, I can only send you here. Lin Xuanji stopped in his tracks and panted slightly. There was a layer of sweat on his forehead after all the sprinting. He knew that this farewell might very well be their last. Send me in. Su Zimo endured the pain on his body and smiled. Don't worry, we'll meet again. Brother Su, farewell. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xuanji pulled Su Zimo off his back and tossed him into the Three Tribulations domain. Instantly, Su Zimo was drowned by the cold wind and disappeared. The cold wind inside was laced with frost that could isolate spirit consciousness and vision. Cultivators on the outside would not be able to tell what was going on inside. Even inside, visibility was extremely low. Lin Xuanji tossed Su Zimo into the Three Tribulations domain and fled to the side. Challenging the Three Tribulations domain? Di Yin arrived at the borders of the Three Tribulations domain and ignored Lin Xuanji, who was beside him. He merely sneered. It's just a momentary delay. I want to see how long you can last in the Three Tribulations domain. After a moment of hesitation, Di Yin charged into the Three Tribulations domain as well. Immediately after, Dao being Heavenly Dipper, Dao being Zephyr Thunder, Monk Formless and Dao being Malevolent Earth arrived as well. Even Dao being Hidden Death had appeared. The 5 titular disciples exchanged glances and with a tacit understanding, entered the Three Tribulations domain at almost the same time. Chapter 1016, Bone-Piercing Yin Wind. Chapter 1016, Bone-Piercing Yin Wind. When they saw that, the cultivators were shocked. 6 titular disciples are barging into the Three Tribulations domain just for Su Zimo. This is an unprecedented sight. Su Zimo's death is a foregone conclusion. The only reason why the 6 titular disciples followed him in was to split the treasures. Although cultivators were not allowed to fight within the Three Tribulations domain, if the cultivators inside died, the treasures that fell would naturally become ownerless. Anyone who saw them could take them away at any moment. Some cultivators who could not contain their curiosity entered the Three Tribulations domain as well. However, most of them walked out trembling the moment they entered. Some of the cultivators were pale and their beards were filled with frost as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Some cultivators were already injured and the blood they coughed out was filled with ice shard. The Three Tribulations domain was not a place where everyone could attempt. Even so, there were still more and more cultivators gathered here. Most of them stood outside, awaiting the final outcome. Middle Continent, 100 Refinement Sect. Avoid Reversion retreated from the Dao Inheritance ground in advance and recounted everything that happened within in detail. The entire hall was silent. Poisoned and severely injured by Di Yin, he entered the Three Tribulations domain with his current fate unknown. None of those news were beneficial to Su Zimo. Everyone had grim expressions and remained silent. All of them knew that by entering the Three Tribulations domain at that moment, it was equivalent to Su Zimo declaring his death. Throughout history, no one had been able to pass through the Three Tribulations domain. However, Su Zimo had no way out. Behind him were 6 titular disciples. He would die whether he advanced or retreated. Extreme Fire's expression was terrible and his eyes burned with endless rage. A moment later, Shangguan sighed softly. Now, we can only leave it up to fate. At the same time, news of what happened in the Dao Inheritance ground spread to Tianhuang mainland one after another. The entire cultivation world was in an uproar. Di Yin did not manage to kill Su Zimo and the latter managed to escape to the Three Tribulations domain. This Su Zimo sure is lucky. There shouldn't be any unforeseen circumstances this time round. Once he enters the Three Tribulations domain, Su Zimo will have no way out. He can only continue forward. That's right. Throughout history, there have been countless paragons and monster incarnates, but no one has been able to clear the Three Tribulations domain. Furthermore, I heard that he's already poisoned and is severely injured. The strongest monster incarnate in history failed to create a legend in the end and will soon vanish into thin air. The moment Su Zimo entered the Three Tribulations domain, he felt a piercing chill and a layer of frost formed on his body. Oh. A cold wind blew in his face. The wind was even more powerful than divine weapons and pierced through Su Zimo's flesh and organs like steel needles. His face was pale as he grit his teeth and curled up in pain. His internal organs were already severely injured to begin with. At that moment, frost started forming on them as the extreme north yin wind blew against them. Su Zimo could not feel his legs. He could only rely on his arms to support himself as he crawled forward bit by bit. His body was shivering but his gaze was resolute. The deeper they went, the more vicious the yin wind became. Initially, the yin wind resembled steel needles. Towards the end, the yin wind was like a saber and a sharp blade that slashed across Su Zimo's body repeatedly. The yin wind was as sharp as a knife and caused the pain of death. The pain was not something that anyone could endure. Poof, poof, poof. Su Zimo's body was already riddled with wounds by the yin wind. Before blood could be seen, his wounds were already frozen. He was right. The original intention of the Three Tribulations domain was to test a cultivator's Tao heart. However, the first two tests, the extreme north yin wind and the red lotus karmic flame, tested the cultivator's body and will. Without a strong physique and a will that could endure endless pain, nobody would be able to gain the acknowledgement of the ancient mighty figures. The further inside, the stronger the yin wind was. In the end, the yin wind had already penetrated Su Zimo's flesh and blood, slicing against his bones with an ear-piercing sound. The yin wind was bone-piercing. Su Zimo was in so much pain that his body was convulsing. Even so, he did not make a single sound. Suddenly, his eyes lit with joy. Initially, his legs were corroded by the bone corrosion poison and he could not feel anything. However, as the yin wind continued to blow against his bones, his legs began to feel pain. It became clearer and fiercer. Su Zimo was in so much pain that his facial features were distorted. However, he still smiled. This meant that he could indeed purge the bone corrosion poison with the help of the extreme north yin wind. Su Zimo endured the pain and struggled to stand up from the ground. With a resolute gaze, he headed deeper into the Three Tribulations domain. Behind him, 6 figures were advancing with difficulty. Although Di Yin and the others were titular disciples, they had to endure the torture of the yin wind as well. After entering the Three Tribulations domain, the wind sliced them a cut after another. Every single slash struck the bone. Every single step they took caused the 6 of them to tremble. However, they continued to persevere and stared intently at the figure that was crawling forward. They waited for the figure to stop. They did not believe that they would not be able to outlast a nascent soul who was poisoned and severely injured. However, before long, under their watchful gazes, the figure stood up amidst the surging cold wind and walked forward step by step. Tao, being malevolent earth, could not hold it in any longer and wanted to curse out loud. However, a yin wind blew into his mouth instantly, causing wounds to appear. He had to swallow his remaining words. What a lunatic! He hollered internally. Tao, being hidden death, walked slower and slower and was already thinking of retreating. His original goal was to assassinate Su Zimo. The reason why he entered the Three Tribulations domain was because he wanted to see if he could fish in troubled waters and snatch 1 or 2 of Su Zimo's treasures. But now, he no longer wanted to persist. If he continued, he might even die in the extreme north yin wind before he could get his hands on Su Zimo's treasures. No matter what, Su Zimo's death was absolute. His goal could be considered accomplished. At that thought, Tao, being hidden death, stopped in his tracks and retreated slowly. When Tao, being malevolent earth, saw Tao, being hidden death, retreat, he was swayed as well. Among the 6 titular disciples, Di Yin was the only one who did not waver and continued advancing. Getting his hands on Su Zimo's treasures was only one of the reasons. More importantly, he had to witness Su Zimo's death before he could feel at ease. This time round, he managed to lure Su Zimo into the Tao inheritance ground. If he could not kill the latter here, he would not get another opportunity as such in the future. The yin wind howled with a chilling aura as the number of wounds on Su Zimo's body increased in a shocking manner. The pain in his legs intensified. However, it was as though Su Zimo could not sense it as his footsteps became firmer. If he wanted to establish a Tao, He was bound to endure endless suffering and danger. These sufferings and dangers would temper his Tao heart continuously. It would eventually transform him and allow him to be reborn, forming a supreme Tao heart that did not fear heaven and earth, ghosts, or fiend. Chapter 1017, Karmic Flame Incineration. Chapter 1017, Karmic Flame Incineration. Outside the Three Tribulations domain, more and more cultivators gathered and looked inside. They've been inside for an hour, right? Nobody's come out yet. Could Su Zimo still be alive? These titular disciples are truly terrifying. We can't even take a few breaths inside. To think that they can last that long. Look, someone's coming out. A figure gradually became clear and walked out of the Three Tribulations domain. It was Tao being hidden death who was covered in frost. Tao being hidden death stood at the edge of the Three Tribulations domain expressionlessly and tried his best to recover his blood chi. He swallowed a few elixirs before letting out a long breath. After calming down for a long time, his figure swayed and gradually faded before everyone's eyes. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. It had to be admitted that this concealment technique was absolutely unfathomable and could even deceive the heavens. Tao being hidden death had not left, he was still waiting for the final outcome. After another 15 minutes, another figure appeared from the Three Tribulations domain. Tao being malevolent earth. He was not in a good condition either, shivering as though he had suffered quite a bit, even his breath contained frost in it. He really could not hold on any longer. The reason why Tao being Heavenly Dipper and the others could persevere was because they had some obsession in their hearts. Tao being Heavenly Dipper wanted Su Zimo's divine phoenix bone. Tao being Zephyr Thunder wanted the purple thunder manual. Monk Formless wanted the creation green lotus and the Daming True Sutra. As for Di Yin, he wanted to kill Su Zimo personally. The obsession of Di Yin and the others did not exist in the Tao being malevolent earth's heart. He had already established his Tao heart long ago and obtained the inheritance of a conjoint body mighty figure. He truly did not want to endure such pain anymore. In the Tao inheritance ground, as long as one established their Tao heart and obtained the inheritance of a conjoint body mighty figure, there would be no more inheritance. 2 of the 6 titular disciples have already come out. To think that Su Zimo is still alive. I'm truly curious how much longer he can last. Many cultivators were still waiting patiently. Within the Three Tribulations domain, Su Zimo traveled deeper and deeper through the extreme north yin wind. His body was already covered in wounds from the yin wind and his originally delicate and handsome appearance was completely disfigured by now. Su Zimo was oblivious and his gaze was resolute, he did not waver at all. The bone corrosion poison on his legs had already been partially removed by the extreme north yin wind. However, the extreme north yin wind could not penetrate his marrow and could not purge away the bone corrosion poison that had seeped in. Su Zimo was not worried. He believed that there would be a solution eventually. Behind him, apart from Di Yin, Tao being Heavenly Dipper, Tao being Zephyr Thunder and Monk Formless were walking slower and slower. The 3 of them looked at Su Zimo's blurry figure in the cold wind with hatred and indignance in their eyes. Not everyone could endure the bone-piercing pain of the yin wind. By now, the 3 of them had already reached their limit. Tao being Zephyr Thunder paused with a dark expression. At this point, he could only give up on the purple thunder manual. As a titular disciple, if he were to die here because of a single cultivation technique, he would become the greatest joke in the cultivation world. He chose to withdraw. After persisting for a while more, Monk Formless could not take it anymore either and turned to leave. There were only 3 people left in the Three Tribulations domain. Su Zimo, Di Yin and Tao being Heavenly Dipper. Finally, after 4 hours, the first tribulation was about to pass. In Tao being Heavenly Dipper's line of sight, there was no longer a howling yin wind at the front. Instead, there was nothing but a desert. Arriving at the edge of the desert, Su Zimo strode in without hesitation. The moment he entered, his expression changed. Suddenly, his body turned hot and his temperature rose continuously. His entire body creaked as though his bones were about to explode. The Red Lotus karmic flame was triggered by a cultivator's greed, anger, and obsession, burning from inside out within him. Swoosh! A ball of flames ignited within Suzimo's body and grew larger, emerging from his organs and skin. His eyes, ears, mouth and nose were spewing flames. This was due to the sudden change from extreme coldness to extreme heat. The two energies clashed within Suzimo's body. This was 10 times more painful than the bone-piercing yin wind earlier on. Looking at Suzimo, who had already turned into a flaming man in the desert but had yet to stop, Dao, being Heavenly Dipper, had a frightened expression and truly did not want to follow. This person was definitely a lunatic. He chose to give up as well. Di Yin was the only one left among the 6 titular disciples. Standing at the edge of the desert, Di Yin grit his teeth and charged in as well as he gazed at Suzimo, who was blazing with flames. Swoosh! A ball of flames rose within his body as well. Cultivators could not avoid greed, anger, and obsession during their cultivation. Their bodies were bound to be tainted by karma and karmic returns. No one could stop the karmic flames. Di Yin grunted. The pain of the karmic flames almost made him turn and leave. However, right after, he withstood it with his strong endurance and walked forward, following closely behind Suzimo. The karmic flames purged away the coldness in Suzimo's body. The blood that was initially frozen began to melt as well. Under the scorching heat of the karmic flames, his flesh and blood exploded one after another. From afar, he looked like a blood-colored lotus that was shocking. As Suzimo traveled through the desert, thousands of red lotuses bloomed on his body. His flesh and spirit chi were withering and burned to ashes by the karmic flames. Suzimo's storage bag was gripped in his right palm. With the protection of the divine phoenix bone, his storage bag was fine. Against the endless pain, Suzimo advanced step by step, leaving a series of blood-colored footprints behind him. As he ventured deeper into the desert, the karmic flames burned brighter. Suzimo's entire body turned into a gigantic fireball that was scarlet red. The karmic flames not only burned his flesh, but his bones as well. His bones were burned red and almost transparent. Under the calcination of the karmic flames, the marrow within them was boiling. The bone corrosion poison that had seeped into his marrow initially was burned to ashes by the karmic flames. The bone-cutting yin wind and calcination of the karmic flames purged the bone corrosion poison from within Suzimo's body entirely. Sensing the changes in his body, Suzimo was invigorated and howled into the skies in the desert. The karmic flames spewing from his mouth seemed like they were about to transform into a divine dragon that soared into the skies. The tempering of the wind and fire tribulations strengthened Suzimo's determination. He was no longer afraid. Di Yin's footsteps gradually slowed down. He could not hold on either. His expression was cold as he watched Suzimo leave. Even the karmic flames burning in his body could not burn away the killing intent in his eyes. So what if you can survive the wind and fire tribulations? I don't believe that you can survive the Dao Heart Lightning tribulation. Di Yin chanted internally and suppressed the indignance in his heart before turning to leave. Suzimo was the only one remaining to advance in the 3 tribulations domain. After an unknown period of time, it was as though a gigantic lightning pool was suspended in the firmaments ahead. It shone brightly and thunder rumbled in a shocking manner. Suzimo had finally reached the final tribulation. Looking at the lightning pool before him, Suzimo took a deep breath and strode in without hesitation. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.